If you, I don't think you've ever been like she.
This is waiting, spinning here.
Okay.
Well, probably not.
I think there's one else.
It says published.
Oh, yeah.
And I got the restaurant. It's like by the time I had this shirt.
Oh, yeah.
They were already.
Oh, no.
Going?
It's been a long.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Well, at least you did a little time out of town.
I said hi. I'm sorry. I did. I was like,
I know.
everyone is like, oh my god.
Well, we were just trying to get it live.
Yeah. You got the yellow and black. You got the black and yellowish brown. You got the yellow and black. Yellow and
Oh, I
black.
just got your text. We're in here.
I got a little yellow. I was reading it like. Amen. Yeah. Another one is I love this. I brought out the line over this thing. I love it.
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw that on Friday. This is like a no response. Like nobody's commenting, nobody's liking. So it's like I think this is just going into the void. So
No, I think that's gonna be really helpful.
I'd rather do it at the seminar. Send me every Friday to say, hey, who's counting?
No, I agree. I agree. Hello. It's all Fair enough.
We don't need chairs. No, you, yes, she's coming for you, yes.
What do you mean?
She's not here.
Sometimes. Wait.
I don't.
Oh.
Because even though
If you're talking about
I
me.
wasn't sure if it was coming or not.
Well, it was a whole way.
Yeah.
This is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I'll go.
I know.
Yes.
Did you see the comment he made on that in your post?
Yeah, that he appreciates it.
No, the one where he said now so he was in the back. He was more
Oh, who's that?
It's so good.
Yes, took like forever.
Oh my gosh,
That wasn't, yeah, it's once PC, so we'll see. For meets.
I literally, out of my way, said it. I'm not. There's times, like, if I have to leave until 11, when I walk in with the cup, like, I'm dead. But most days. Come on, Lauren. I'm like, this is a nice 5-hour drive.
6 hours by 5. Slow.
Just sit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, over it, and now. I don't know. No, it was
What's up, man?
Yesterday? Terry? There was a lot of traffic. It was amazing. I thought I'll be there. No. Oh my God. You guys.
Yeah, there's someone who's been meeting.
Right.
Right, I didn't know it was gonna be more good there.
It happened to me last time, too, like a couple times. And it picks up every. I didn't realize until like, because I'm thinking it happened here. Like, it's us. Yeah, right. Well, it might be a little
Oh, well, no, up in Oregon, my mom is. Yeah, no, up there right now, my mom is. It's like a children's place, and then we sit in storage until like. Oh, yeah.
that a problem?
Oh, no.
Sometimes
And then we also have.
Best day?
Yeah. Sandy all the way to Sandy.
Oh, there are a number of
Yeah. That's too hard. So I've already got the beans and everything and stuff, so the rest of it's start roasting. Well, no, I know that's possible. That's why they see that in my yeah, I was watching yeah. So, and fight, but I'm going to be starting here. Over. Yeah. That's a big, yeah, that's like, I'm starting smaller and growing. I'm starting. I never I would love and then you have to like literally.
Yeah, it's really helpful having it all right there. That's not fair. Just want to be clean of the water. Yeah.
You see in my town.
I think that there's a correlation with the guys that have to take
There's a
little bit of overcompensation.
I turned it off.
You love that. What time do you get ready? Just say it like that. Like, it's not like you guys didn't expect it to be.
Yeah, let's.
Oh, yeah, we got that. Yeah, we are back. It's popped up in my, I don't know, like, sometimes it forces, but I'm not one forces very easy. I love it, like, well, that's why I know, she looks like.
As soon as Chris got out, it's separate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Still new. Yeah.
Okay, everybody. So I'm calling the meeting to order at 10:04. And the first thing is first, which is can the secretary please take the roll?
I'm here. Yeah, Mr. Robson.
I'm here.
Mr. Malago. Present. Mr. Edwards here. Mr. Delaney here. Mr. Butts. Ms. Young. Present. Ms. Young.
Present.
Mr. Alsea. Here. Mr. Brown. Here. Mr. Hodger.
Present.
Mr. Neva. Mr. Morrow. No. Mr. Millet. Here. Mr. Strong. Ms. Tewksbury.
Present.
Mr. Miller. Here. And Mr. Ham.
Present.
Should be noted that both of the alternates are seated. You have 12 people present, correct? Which is 4. So that takes care of that. The next thing on the agenda is adoption of the agenda. I sent out the agenda.
Madam Chair, I have a parliamentary inquiry. We have the Facebook screen, well, I guess this Facebook stream up,
It is not Facebook, it's YouTube.
or YouTube, sorry.
I did not get Facebook to stream, it's on YouTube. So for anybody, well, if somebody wants to put on Facebook, if you're watching, you found us. If somebody wants to post on Facebook to our page.
13 minutes, we've been broadcasting.
Right, but if somebody wants to put it on our page, saying with the link to YouTube, so that people know where to find us. Because we normally do it on YouTube or on Facebook. I couldn't get Facebook to work, so thank you. Okay, so I presented the agenda, or I sent the agenda, roll call, or call to order, roll call, adoption of agenda, public comment, approval of meeting minutes from August 13th, officers' reports, chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. The treasurer will be calling in to give his report. Operating procedures manual, the only thing that was given was website and information technology committee was with advance notice. We've got northern area coordinators report, central and southern area coordinators report. LNC report, Ms. Eiler sent in a report in advance, but she texted me yesterday saying she wasn't going to be able to make it today. Break for lunch, then we'll have elections for credentials committee, awards committee, committee reports, candidate support, affiliate support, bylaws, historical preservation, financial standards, communications and media, and 2023 convention. Then we're going to be talking about the 2024 convention. There's no actionable item, but it's just talking about that at our next meeting we will be selecting our location. So for people that want to submit proposals, this would be the time to start putting them together. Candidate endorsements, we had one candidate that was seeking endorsement. I put it on just in case there was any others. I didn't put his name on, so I don't know. Any new business, set next meeting, action items, and adjourn. Is there anything that we need to change, or is there a motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Malachi. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Stump. Is there any objections? Hearing none, the agenda has been adopted, which will lead us to the next item on the agenda, which is public comment. We do have some people here from the public, so does anybody want to comment? Yes, sir.
Michael Noguera, I'm the chair of Merced County. Just standing up to say welcome to my county. Hope that you have a good rest of your day, weekend that you spend here. And then also here's my vice chair, Adam Connor, and my treasurer, Miguel Soto.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. Thanks for hosting. Anybody else in the public that wishes to comment? Okie dokie, that takes care of that. So the next item on the agenda would be the approval of the meeting minutes. Mr. Edgar?
I move to approve the minutes that are previously sent out for the August 13, 2022 executive committee meeting.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to adopt them as presented. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, they have been approved. So that will bring us to the next item on the agenda, which is the chair's report. So I sent out my chair's report in advance. There's quite a bit of information on it. I'm going to only skim quickly. One of the things I had said is I was going to put out a new version. I've been waiting for information from Emily Tilford. Can you please note Mr. Buzz's correct? I was waiting on one last item for the state fair that I didn't get till last night. So state fair was a success. I've added Mr. Just's report to my report, so I'm going to probably yield a few minutes of my time for him to speak. But I hope everybody got a chance to look at that. In the end, we had raised, so we had a budgeted expense of $3,500. We spent $5,769.37. We raised $1,851.22 for the specific donations for the state fair, which put us at $418.15 above that, which had been, the motion was that that would come out of the Northern Area Coordinator's budget, and so that is the amount of that Northern Area Coordinator's budget is $418.15. And again, I thought that it was just about even, but Sacramento had paid for quite a few things. They paid half of it, and then they're being reimbursed for half, and that was actual printing costs and other stuff. So there's that. The ballot measure arguments, I think that was really super successful. I want to thank the counties that participated with me and helped. I put that in there. That would be Ms. Stump, Mr. Malagon, Ms. McElroy, Ms. Morrow, and Dr. Olson, Mr. Welby, Mr. Dean, Mr. Hinkle, Mr. Middletti, Mr. Hinkle, and Mr. Hinkle. So he did 3 counties. He's on there 3 times. We submitted 61 of these arguments, and of those 57 are going to be published. We had a couple little kerfuffles. One of them was almost a kerfuffle in Contra Costa County, where the registrar or the assistant deputy registrar originally came out and said she wasn't going to accept our arguments because they weren't specific enough. We sent a lovely email explaining that that's content discrimination and that's a First Amendment violation and you can't do that. So of course she wrote back and said, congratulations, here's what you published. We had another in Kings County where the registrar sent me a letter saying that he was not going to publish the arguments because of the fact that, well, he didn't like them because they kind of dissed him, right? And so I wrote another very long letter explaining all the reasons why he couldn't do that. I copied county council and he never responded to me. So I finally called. He took my call right away and said that as much as he didn't want to publish it because it, disparaged him, and he does everything by the book legal, his county council said, no, you have to publish it. So they are. And I did explain to him that it was nothing personal, but I explained to him some of the things that his county violates, that every other county violates, which is the deadlines for the arguments and different things. And he apologized and said that he would love to come and speak to us anytime, and he's a real nice guy. So, and I will say I kept referring to him in my letters as Ms. Vila because his name is Lupe. And when I talked to him, I apologized, and he said, no, my mother seems to be the only person that thinks that Lupe is a voice. So,
in my defense, I know a lot.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's very common.
There's a rapper
named Lupe.
I don't know Mr. Fiasco, and I didn't know that Mr.
That's the only person,
was.
that's only a human I've ever known.
But yeah, he said that his mother seems to be, she thought he was a wolf, and that's what it stands for. And then only other thing I'll say on that is in Fresno, well, first Alameda, there was two other groups that had submitted arguments. We worked with them because ours were chosen. And now I think we have new allies from that. And from that I met an attorney, Jason Beezus, who, when Fresno happened, there was another group, No on C 2022, they submitted an argument, ours was chosen. The Fresno registrar actually, did it in a random method, which is correct. They ended up filing a writ of mandate, which I suggested they do based on the first in argument. They didn't. They did it on the content. They were saying that ours was not the content. And, they did, and it went before a judge in the end. And Mr. Beezus, he represented us pro bono and put a lot of work. I put the judge's ruling at the bottom of my chair's report. We prevailed, which actually is good. It didn't go to an appellate court, but it still gives us a precedent that yet another judge has said you can't discriminate on the basis of content. So that turned out to be a really big positive. And because of Alameda County, we met Mr. Beezus, who is now a really great ally of the party. So that worked out. I know Beth was nervous about talking to her first. Real nice man. So, and then the only other one that I of note is we put in the argument for Measure A in Los Angeles County, which is, in my opinion, an unconstitutional proposition that would allow 4 out of the 5 county supervisors in a county of 10 million to fire the elected sheriff that's elected by the people of the county. And we were the only ones to file an argument, just like most of these others, and ours, of course, is going to be published. So we worked with the sheriff himself, Sheriff Villanueva, to write the rebuttal, and then we had the California Sheriff's Association sign on as signers to that, which I think is pretty strong. There was a weird thing with that where one of the supervisors was going to sign on, but she wouldn't sign on to the language that we had because it's a little critical of the supervisors. So they kind of got mad at me. But I had talked to several, including Mr. Malagon, about the fact that the argument that we did for the rebuttal was much stronger. So anyways, that's all of that. I don't know how much time, because I didn't tell somebody to keep time because Mr. Lima isn't here and he's my time. So we'll just pretend that I haven't used too much time yet. I put a lot of information in here about the KPIs and, and our membership, because this is something I brought up last time. And it's also something that was a big topic of discussion for the Financial Standards Committee. I believe we can turn this around. One of the things that was mentioned was the convention, and just so everybody understands, the convention always spans 2 years. We bring in and spend money for this year's convention and next year's convention every year. So if you look at last year's, in the end, or this year's convention, we just about broke even. We had like $331 deficit. But at this particular moment in time, it's a higher deficit because we had brought in almost 11,000 of the income for this year's convention last year. And most of that came in between October and December. I believe that's going to be the same this year. So far, we've sold exactly 2 tickets to the convention, $250. But, one moment, and then I'm going to be putting out, after this weekend, I'm putting out an email to all of the membership and expired membership, letting them know the early bird pricing ends on Halloween, so they better hurry up. And that's what worked last year, and that's when we started bringing in a lot of money. The other thing is our membership is down. I think that if everybody on this committee volunteered to start making phone calls like we did for the national drive last year, I think we can turn that around. I know most of you are coming tonight. I brought plenty of lifetime pins. For anybody that wants to be a lifetime member, you can get one of these really snazzy pins. Anybody else out there that's coming tonight? Get one of these snazzy pins. That's where we bring in the majority of our premiums membership is, and this year we've had very few lifetime members. We had only 2 at our convention, whereas last year we had 14. So that's one of the other things. I'm going to first, before I open it up to questions from me, I'm going to ask Mr. Just if he has anything that he'd like to say about the state fair.
Well, I'll keep it short because I don't want to bother anybody. I want to thank everybody who participated. It was a successful fair because of their participation, not mine. But I do want to thank Ms. Stump, Ms. Robson, and Emily Clifford for being there at the last few days of the fair when I had a family issue to take care of. They allowed me the freedom to do that, and that was greatly appreciated by not just me, my whole entire family. The fair, to be a success, actually needs to be planned all year round. It can't be a thing where it gets planned in the last 6 weeks, and end up dumping on one or a handful of people to do all the organization and planning. And the benefit of planning it essentially year round is training, you get to work together, which creates a culture of working together. And we all know our culture needs working on. And these kind of projects where we all have the same goal, and we all work towards it, that's one way where we can start building that culture. But really it's about this committee and everybody who takes part of it taking ownership now, making a decision for next year and the year after, and start planning. Because you cannot keep doing it the same way. It will not work. You're not going to continue to get the benefit. You'll be better off spending your time elsewhere. But if you plan it year round and get all the benefits out of it, all the ancillary benefits, not just the education and outreach, the goal is now. And this year I tried to add a bit of libertarian customer service to it. So everybody who came, any libertarian who came to me, left with my business card, and if I had a pamphlet for their county, a pamphlet for their county. So they felt more connected to the party. That was the goal. And if we actually think that through, that process through, you can add to that. And so when you add all these things together, it's far more work, more than this, but not the way we do it. So that's, and I'm always here if anybody wants to talk to me on the phone. I'll chat about it. I also think we should put together a small committee to actually go through this last year, talk to the people who participated, talk to me, and go up with your own more detailed report about it. That would be probably the best way. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Just?
Thank you.
Actually, I do have a question. Do you have, I don't know, maybe I missed it in the report, numbers that came out, like how, like measurable numbers, like how many, voter registrations, all of that stuff?
Well, we have some numbers, but they're not going to be, that's one of the reasons you need to plan out. The numbers are going to be squishy anyway, because the way it happens is hard. We get out 900 and something, but I actually do have that number written down somewhere. It's just under 1,000. we had some supply chain issues, so we didn't have all the supplies needed at the beginning and at the end. We could have given out 1,200 buttons. You know, and the messaging needs to be thought of instead of just kind of throwing out what we have. You know, but these things can only happen if you just plan it. And again, there are ways you can track some things, but the value of those is more about actually learning how to track them in this event rather than how many people get eyes on it, because most people who see the food don't stop. But they do see, you do notice flags, you hear them make comments as they walk by, and there's a positive impact, but it's not measurable strictly.
And can I just add one more? One of the things we did this year, in the past, we had actually had voter registration cards for people. That's a big responsibility because there's a lot of laws to do that. So this year we had QR codes for them to scan. There's no real good way to know if they actually went to the Secretary of State's website. In the future, maybe we can do dedicated links so we can see traffic, and that's something that we can talk about. But this year we didn't, so it's really hard to measure numbers of registered voters because we're not taking a physical registration card. But I think the QR codes were a really good idea, and that was actually Evelyn all of us to get registered. And that was successful. Just to sign up for us at the Marco Fair. More effective. Yes. And Ms. Dunn.
There was a sign-up sheet for some people. Do you remember the total count of sign-ups?
It was 17 or 18. One sheet got left with my vice with that large. He was taking care of it personally. I don't know who made the list, so it was either 17 or 18 that we got, and that was not being focused on. The nature of the beast is because we have different volunteers. We all have our own skill set. Some of us were much better at getting contacts than some of us were much better at having initial conversations. So it's actually a good thing, but it means it's hard to judge exactly how successful those are because we all have to. Yes.
Mr. Just, so if there were an ad hoc committee next year, what does that do? I was there. I agree that it's important. There were a lot of good interactions, a lot of people. Would you be willing to be on that, given that you are a veteran at the state fair?
I'm willing
this is a state issue.
I'm willing to be a part of it. I don't know how much officially, at least for the next 3 months, I'm saying.
Well, it would be after conventions. Develop that.
We need to plan before convention. Starting at convention is too late by now. My opinion.
One of the suggestions I was going to make, and we can't do it today, but I think we can do this on email, is we can put out a call for those that want to be, part of the committee and try to start populating that committee even before our next meeting so that we can start talking about what to do. I'm assuming we're going to do it and that will really happen at our next meeting for the budget. But if we're going to do it, I think that we should, in fact, have something started now. This year started late, of course, and also we didn't do it for the last 2 years because of the pandemic. But
it's culture. It's always started late. It's
right.
So
but every year we say we're going to start earlier, and we don't. So I think.
And it ends up on my plate, on my desk. And that's
yes.
That's what I'm
saying.
It's run on libertarian.
There's a difference. It's one later.
I'm not sure. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Just? Okay, any questions for my report?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, what does KPI stand for? There seems to be confusion about that, so I just wanted to make sure we all know.
You can find out really easily by Googling.
I'm not connected to the Wi-Fi.
Gail Lightfoot seems to have an issue wondering what KPI is.
I know, I answered the question.
Yeah.
Does everybody, quick go around, does everybody know what it means except for Mr. Malcolm?
Key performance indicators?
Ding, 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 ding. Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
I thought that was.
Having been in sales for 15 years, I never heard of it. So
Yeah,
it's just very,
I
caught me off
It was
guard.
big in the 80s.
Yeah, I think that it's gone out. It's say these days, right? I don't know. Okay, Ms.
Regarding membership, I noticed that a lot of people, if they want to be delegates, they tend to sign up to beat the 90-day window before the convention. When is that 90-day window closed so that way they can qualify as a delegate at the convention?
That's November 15th.
I believe so too.
So we could do a push that if you want to be a credentialed delegate.
Well, that would be a push to people that aren't current members, but nonetheless, I think it's a good.
And those
a
could
good
vouch
strategy.
For at least the.
Yeah, but once you've been a.
People in the labs can join at the last.
Yeah, once you've been a central committee for any 90-day period in the past, you're good. So it's only really new members that. But one of the things I put in there is I think that we should start making a push. And I've got a list of national members that aren't company members. I think that's a really good place. And we talked about doing that like just back in April, and it just never really came to fruition. But when we did that push, it worked really well for national, and I think it'll work just as well for us.
Actually, on that note, I did have an actual.
Mr. Butts was about to say something first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
Mr.
said-
Butts?
The membership committee, I think, is ready to start working on things we've been kind of scattered around here, in the last 3 meetings, whatever, kind of figure things out. But I believe we've got it. We should be getting going. So you can get us at the school forward.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I just think, the more the merrier for that. And we've got people on this committee that can make phone calls as well.
Yeah.
And that worked out really, really good last time because the more the better. If it's just, 7 people making hundreds of phone calls, or if it's 15 people plus extras making lots of phone calls, we're going to have a better chance. So I think that's. So I'm hoping that everybody on this committee will, dedicate a little bit of time to make phone calls. I know I made a shit ton of phone calls for the last one, and I'm planning on making a shit ton of phone calls again this time. And it's an easy sell for especially people that are already part of the party, and many of which they don't know they're not from California. Because when they join national, they think they are, and they're not. So
They don't know.
That's the other thing I think is question. I'm not already a member, or maybe there's something to be a member. That's the main, especially for county.
yeah, absolutely. So I think that we can turn around to the membership. As long as everybody pitches in, and that's with Mr. Malcolm.
Do we have access? I like the idea of reaching national members that may not be state affiliated or whatever. Do we have access to national data as far as that being the lowest hanging fruit seemingly for people to just pay
Yes,
for the
I get a data dump. What I can do is get a data dump from Mr. House. And I've got a macro because Mr. Howe loves to make macros. I have a macro that goes and takes our membership, their membership, and that's what we used last time, where it then will filter out who's a member of this but not that, both directions, and then who's a member of both.
Yeah, very much like this. I mean, that's lowest hanging fruit for.
Yeah, that's why I put that in my reports. I think that is the lowest hanging fruit because those are people that are already committed and involved in the party. They just might not know that they're not involved and committed to California. And when we've done letter campaigns for this, like actual physical mailings, in the past with this exact target audience, we've gotten usually about a 20% return, which is huge.
That's really big.
Last year with that 100K pushing, it's quite a bit.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean it is low hanging fruit. We can do a physical mailing that costs money, but phone calls don't. They just cost all of our time. Yes, sir.
I had a question about the KPIs. So just to understand the all current members number, that's based on September of this year, at least for the 2022 table. And the membership revenue this year, that's based on the dues that those 12 were paid in the past year. So I was confused. I was trying to figure out because I was trying to figure out what was happening with membership dues because the numbers seem kind of strange to me. And when I divide the membership revenue this year by the total number of current members on the 2022, I get about an average of $15 per member. But shouldn't it be probably 25, right? At least, or maybe.
Well, it's talking about what's up and down. I'd have to look a little bit closer. If you look at the treasurer's report, he has stuff out of QuickBooks, where QuickBooks gives you a better capture of actual money in and out.
Well, but this 18,965, is that 18,965 more, or is that's the total membership revenue, right? And,
No, it's the total revenue, oh yeah, 18,965, which.
But if there's 1,200 individual.
Yeah, but
This
that's
is
1,200,
page six.
no, that's 1,244 members. That includes people that didn't necessarily pay dues this year. That's how many members we have right now. So they may have paid their dues in September, October, November, December of last year. They also might be lifetime members. They also might have done 2-year memberships.
So maybe so this 18,965, I assume that was September to September. So you're saying that's September to January.
Oh no, it is September. I did it for fiscal year, so it's for that one. I believe that's from January. I could double check that. But also keep in mind, we have 300 and something lifetime members. They're not in there. We have 2-year memberships, that's not in there.
Well, so that was what we said. Are we still doing 2-year memberships? I didn't see them posted. So maybe there was a lot of people that signed up for 2-year memberships last year and they're not paying this year, something like that.
Yeah.
Because I noticed I ran it on all the dates you had, and there's a decline now. They're usually above 30. Because I could see how if you had a lot of lifetime memberships, you could have less, but we didn't have that many.
No, they're counted in the 1,244.
I understand.
Right. So there's 300 of them right there. I can, if you like, we
Yeah.
can actually do a Zoom meeting or something to go over this.
The whole reason maybe people paying high donor amount or high membership fee, people that are paying less now, or something like that's going on too.
There's some of that as well.
Right.
Again, we previously had more of the premium memberships, the statesmen, the $250 a year, which
Yeah.
you are.
Yeah, and it's 2 years membership?
It's 1 year. Or you could do a 2-year for 500. You can do a Patriot, which is 1 year for 500. You can do a lifetime, which is.
We have a downgrade number on here, it's not that large, but we should, I'm just maybe kind of suggesting we should look into that data, maybe we can figure out something more about.
And I think also if you look at QuickBooks, you get a better idea of where the membership is, because it breaks it down by new renewal, which is $25, and then the premium, which is anything above the $25.
Right.
Okay, any other?
I was gonna say, another thing I noticed too was this is something interesting, in 2018, the ratio for new membership revenue per new members, so it's an average of new members paying $65, 2018, and it's kind of declined since then. So that was another interesting thing I noticed too.
And that's people doing the lower membership level.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
And also in 2018, we had a lot of life members that year. What did I say, 26 or something?
New members in 2018?
New life members.
Oh, yeah, 20, well, you 7 and
24.
24 and 2019.
24 and 2019, so.
But that would have been from September to September.
Either way, we had a lot of them, and that was it. This 24 is January to December.
Okay.
Any other questions for the, and we can, and by the way, I'd be more than happy to, anybody that wants to dive deeper into this, I can do a Zoom meeting showing these numbers doing it.
Sure. The high point for total membership.
That was the mistake that Mr. Lanningham noticed today. That is not true.
Okay.
It was 2021 and I did a typo. And that will be fixed.
But it's 2020.
But you know what? If we did get that for next month, that would be great. I wasn't believing it. I'm not that. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, just to clarify, the early bird pricing for the 2023 convention is Halloween?
And I'm pretty sure that went over 10 minutes. So now after this, we really need a time share. That definitely. Who volunteers to be our timekeeper? You'll be the timekeeper. Excellent. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the vice chair's report.
So I submitted a report. If you wanted to read it, you did. It's fantastic. I only have 2 amendments to make. Well, I just omitted 2 things. So there are 2 asterisks still under campaign support provided. Obviously, I didn't include Michael Lima's campaign manager for that. So that was outside vice their county cost per capita. So those were the two asterisks that required explanation. But no, and I did not add that. I realized that after I submitted it, I thought it was just easier to clarify here. But I'd be happy to field any questions if anyone has any questions.
Any questions for the Vice Chair? Okay, and I'd like to thank you for helping out with the arguments and stuff.
It was my pleasure.
Yeah, it was a good experience.
And just to be clear, when she said that we sent a nice email to the registrar, it actually, for me, it was a very nice. It actually was nice.
I helped a little bit with a little bit of, yeah. It wasn't near as fun.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. We got a response within an hour. Oh no, it was the next.
No, it was the very next morning. By the time we sent it out, but. Yeah. Okay. Anything else for the Vice Chair? Well, thank you for making them all that time. My overage.
My pleasure.
Okay. Next, we have the Secretary's report.
Yes, I'm basically going to take the same approach. If anyone has questions to ask me about the board, please feel free to do that. But I think the board is pretty comprehensive. Actually, one thing I want to note, I would appreciate it if anyone who is the county treasurer could just check to make sure that they've sent me any memberships that have been purchased through the county, just to make sure that my records are.
That's a very good reminder because there are counties that forget to do that until it's like a scurry before convention or something like that. And for those following along at home that didn't read these yet, these reports are very extensive and they will be on the website with minutes. So don't feel like you're missing it. Any questions for the Secretary? Oh, and just really quickly, I got a text of somebody that said that they were looking for where it was because there's no link posted on the Facebook page. So did you post a link? This stuff? Did you on the Facebook post? I was told that there was no link. Did you post for the YouTube?
No, I posted on the page the YouTube link.
Okay, I didn't look. I just was told that there wasn't. So
okay,
I thought I'd double check that.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I posted it on the internal party business group as well.
Okay, I got a text from a member asking and I didn't know the answer. Okay, so nothing else for the Secretary or anything else for the Secretary? No. Okay, give me one moment.
Yeah, no, I see. I posted the link, but it took away the link and it just gives you the picture and then that itself is the link.
Okay, maybe that was. Give me a moment. Hello, we're at the Treasurer's report, so I'm going to put you on speaker. Okay. Okay, I've got Mr. Flanagan on speaker. Say something to make sure everybody can hear you.
Okay, is everybody able to hear me adequately?
Yes.
Okie dokie. They can all hear you. Okay, so if you'd like to give your treasurer's report.
All right, first of all, by a show of hands, and I can't see the entire room full of members right now. Can I see a show of hands? Who actually read my report? And you can let me know, maybe? Rough count.
It's all but, I believe, 2.
Okay.
All but 3, excuse me.
And I won't go into a lot of detail here. I'll just say that the total amount of funds in all 3 of our checking accounts, that's the FPC restricted account, which pays for all our typical expenses, the LPCA unrestricted account, which funds our candidate support, and the FEC account. The total for all 3 of those accounts combined as of the 15th of this month, $67,838.04. 2021, while expenses have risen somewhat. And there's a much more detailed analysis in the detailed report, part of my report for the treasurer's report. We're still waiting to hear from the Secretary of State on a request for a waiver for fines from late file Form 460s from back quite a while ago, and our accountant has offered to pay any fines remaining after the waiver request process is complete. California sales tax reports and payments are up to date. Reports required by the LPCA have been filed timely. Form 990 has been filed timely with the Internal Revenue Service. Due sharing payments totaling $8,425 were distributed to 14 county affiliates on the 29th of July of this year. And due sharing funds will be distributed again in February 2023 to affiliates that have confirmed prior to February 2023 a valid mailing address and ability to deposit funds in a bank account. And a reminder to provide that information to myself will be sent to all county affiliates as the anticipated payment date approaches. Just to fill in a little bit of detail on our bank account situation, our total funds in our operating expense account were $61,792.22 at the last report, and right now, as of the 15th of September, it's $42,926.73, which is a significant decrease in operating funds. So, bottom line here is that our expenses have risen somewhat, but there's been a drastic decline in both donorships and memberships since February of this year. And for those of you who've read the reports, hopefully you've taken a close look at all the graphs and charts and all the other information that I provided to the members. And I guess with that, I will open myself up for any questions.
Okay, and I'm going to add one real quick thing about due sharing. There are still some counties that do not have their due sharing because they have not sent the information. So if you're a county that didn't get your due sharing because you didn't send your information and you have a bank account, be sure to send that information so that we can get that out for the previous due sharing, and the next due sharing doesn't happen until January. And questions for Mr. Millennium?
My first one is just, could you repeat, Mr. Millennium, could you repeat what we have in the bank account now?
Detail here.
And that was the balance as of the 15th, correct?
That is correct. Let me see here.
Because I believe that in my share report I have a more permanent balance.
Yeah, as of the 15th of this September, we had $42,926.73. And we have PP restricted account, which is the one that we use to pay for expenses for anything that's not candidate related.
Yeah, that's what our budget is based on, correct?
Correct.
I have another question.
To be honest, the budget also includes convention expenses, which are part of that deal. But yeah, the candidate stuff is not included in our budget.
So you mentioned that there is a decline in the report, and then you said it again since February. When did you notice this trend of declining revenue and membership? When were you aware of it as treasurer? I just asked because I don't recall this being an issue or something that was brought up during the Orange County second quarterly meeting.
I could look on that report, but I believe there was somewhat of a decrease, but then we typically do see small decreases after conventions, and then it starts to rise again shortly thereafter. If you look on page 4 of the, actually not page 4, let me see here. There's a trend graph on, hang on here, this is a very long report, it takes quite a while to scroll down.
June.
June, okay. So, if you look at the graph on page 17 of the report, you can see that there is a trend in the previous years for total membership income to bottom out roughly around between March and May of each year, and then it typically starts to rise thereafter. And so the situation did not seem unusual until I compiled the information for this report.
And just because it was passed, I'm looking at our membership. In May, which was the last month that would have been talked about at the June meeting, our membership was 1,342 members, which was down, but not extreme down. And this month it's down to 1,289, and now it's gone down further than that. So it didn't seem extreme in June. It seemed like it's.
So I guess my question is, I mean, he's making it, Mr. Flanagan is making it apparent that we're basically on the verge of insolvency if we continue in this direction, which is a huge deal. So when were you aware of the sharp decline? I mean, page 1 of the report has it in red and in bold, sharp decline. And when did you notice that? When was the sharp decline in available LPCA operating funds since the last Treasury report was made? When was that made clear to you?
When I compiled the information for the report for this meeting.
So you hadn't looked at anything before that?
Not as far as trends go, no.
Okay. So I guess follow-up question to that would be, I mean, if we continue, we had $61,000-ish at the end of last month. We're now down to 42. Continuing in this trend, we wouldn't have money to finish out the year.
Yes, we do.
I mean, if trends continue like this though, but what I'm getting at is that there seems to be, the fact that we just knew when you were compiling the report appears to me to be a problem. Are you, as the chair of the budget committee, are you looking to call an emergency meeting so that we can discuss this immediately?
I wouldn't call it an emergency meeting. There certainly is reason to consider the issue. My biggest concern right now is what can we do to increase membership, given that it's taken a sharp decline.
Well, that was going to be my next question. So in a report, you pointed out several problems in membership and the reasons for declining revenue. When I was Northern Area Coordinator, I showed the problem that we had in the North. I gave a solution to that problem as the Northern Area Coordinator at the time, and then membership increased significantly over the last few months from there in the Northern area. So I guess my question as CFO of this party, do you have a solution for this problem? You point out a lot of problems, but seemingly no solution. So I'm asking, do you have a solution for this problem? Or suggestions?
Given the factors that I believe.
I want you to extend time by 10 minutes.
1 moment. We're at time. Okay, so it's been moved to extend by Mr. Mellon, or
10 minutes.
10 minutes, and that was seconded by Ms. Tewksbury. Is there any objection to extending time by 10 minutes? Hearing none. Okay, time is extended. So, so go ahead. I don't know who was talking about that exactly.
Mr. Flanagan was answering.
Oh, Mr. Flanagan?
Yeah, so typically in the past, our budget committee has met shortly before creating the budget in November, December-ish timeframe. And the budget committee has not been active other than that time of year.
Can I just, the budget committee, its function is to basically, their only function per the operating procedures manual is to preliminarily create a budget to be presented to the executive committee, because the executive committee is the one that actually approves the budget, which typically, there's changes that are made. Really, it's this committee that would be doing that. I don't know that the budget committee.
Well, I mean, they would need to bring the attention. It just seems to me that
currently, yeah, we do have.
It seems to me that it's poor practice to wait till the end of the year. I know that creating a budget for the next year is important. That's fine. We need to address these issues as they rise. I'm very troubled by the fact that Mr. Flanagan only found this out when he was pulling data for his report. He's the CFO of this party. I would like him to answer the question.
Okay, all right. Mr. Flanagan? I'm just answering about the budget committee.
Sure, right, but he would be the chair of the budget committee as treasurer. Is he not?
And the question again was?
When are you looking to, were you planning or looking to call a meeting of the budget committee so we can plan out? I mean, we need to figure out what's going wrong, what we need to cut, what we need to know this stuff before we make any motions moving forward to approve expenditures, because we are not flush with cash flow. And the fact that we're just finding this out now, that we're this deep in the red compared to last year, is troubling, and finding out about it just a week ago is troubling. So I guess my first question is, why is this just being found out now? Why are you pulling the report, presumably a week before the meeting? And two, if you're planning to call a meeting of the budget committee so that we can address these issues and ensure that this doesn't happen in the future.
There could be a budget committee meeting called. I would suggest that the executive committee, since they're in charge of approving anything the budget committee suggests, that perhaps a more timely solution would be for this executive committee to come up with some solutions. So one solution that I had discussed with the chair is that we could eliminate our accounting expenses, which is a significant chunk of our expenses, and that would save us potentially. I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of, what did we say, $4,500 if we were to cut that cost right now. Is that correct, Amy?
It's 1,500 times 4 months.
So how, Mr. Lennon,
I don't think that's a good idea.
How would the executive committee approve something that the budget committee has not suggested? It seems to me that the budget committee needs to meet first to provide suggestions for the ExCom to act on. How can one pursue the other?
No, that is not true, and I'm actually looking, I'm going to answer this because it seems like we're going back and forth. The budget committee shall consist of the treasurer and 4 members elected by the executive committee at the first quarter of the next meeting. It will consider and construct a budget of income and expenditures for a period of January 1 through December 31 and distribute the budget to the executive committee at its final meeting of the fiscal year for ratification. The executive committee will then amend the budget by deletion at any time with a majority vote. Any other changes by the executive committee will require a 2/3 vote, and the treasurer shall present the budget to the convention. That's what the budget committee does. It's never done anything further than that, because once it gets to this committee, we're in charge of the expenditures, and it says so right in our bylaws.
I understand that.
So if you want to do this thing that you want to do, which I don't think is a bad idea, it would be something that hasn't been done. It's not something that's in the operating procedures manual. Is what that means.
But suggestions for the budget are, they come up with something and they present it to the executive.
And then the executive committee amends it, changes it, does
Correct.
whatever, and that's for the next fiscal year's budget.
Correct, but what I'm seeing here, because if this trend continues, this is a problem. So my question was, we can't act on something that we don't have suggestions for or something. We don't have the data. We don't have anything. We don't have the budget committee is supposed to go over this stuff, then give us recommendations for us to kind of.
I don't mean to be arguing with you, but that's not what the budget committee has done in the past, because once the budget is done, it's this committee. If you'd like them to do that, I don't see a problem with that, but that's just something that hasn't been done.
Okay.
And if you recall, Mr. Maladon, we made changes to the budget at a previous executive committee to fund to make adjustments to the budget so we can pay for the state fair fund.
And there's one other thing that I think is just something to mention, is that in the last month-ish, we've had additional expenditures that weren't budgeted, like agility and like a few other things, that took a big hit on our thing. That was $2,500 there. We paid the rest of the state fair in August, which was 2,000, whatever I said, 500. We've had bigger expenditures, which has helped us reduce our bank balance.
But see, that would have been, so that's another point that I'm getting at. Had Mr. Blandon had made this known at the time, maybe agility could have been postponed. If we're not doing well financially and we didn't know this at the time, that's something that the treasurer he's our CFO. So I guess my next question is, what are we doing to prioritize expenses moving forward, and how are we going to, respond if income continues to fall short? I mean, is there a plan for that, Mr. Blandham?
Some suggestions have been made by the chair with regard to improving our membership income.
Yeah.
I don't see why we can't take a serious look at those suggestions and they can perhaps vote on that or do something to make that happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing right now, I mean, we could look at cutting some expenses. I don't necessarily think that the $4,500 for the accountant is necessarily something we should do, but if we decided to do that, we could. I think that this is going to turn around in the next probably couple months with income for the convention and with this membership push that we're doing. But as far as being insolvent, if we brought in not one penny more for the end of the year, we'd still be ending the year with about $30,000 in the bank. So
assuming we didn't have the expenses that
no,
we did.
with the expenses.
Well,
that
additional expenses that were not budgeted or that we decided to vote on, but if we don't have the information, that makes it difficult.
Right, but right this second, I would say that we
Right.
shouldn't vote on any additional expenditures.
Right.
If we just look at what we have to spend by the end of the year, and if we bring in not one penny more, we'd still have $30,000 in the bank.
And the last question from Mr. Flanagan that I will have is, I didn't receive notice that you were not attending this meeting, Mr. Flanagan. Did I just miss the email, or did you not provide or give proper notice?
Have I been required to give prior notice before? I don't recall being required to do that.
Well, showing up to the last meeting and then not showing up to this one, I assumed that it was going to be a trend where you were going to start showing up to meetings, but
We have
it would have just
another
been nice
health
to
issue.
know. I mean, it just would be nice
And
to,
Ms.
Mr.
Morrow
Lima
also.
let everyone know,
I
tomorrow,
understand.
Mr. Strawn had let everyone know. This is a political organization that is serious, and we can't have people not showing up, not providing real answers when asked, and this poses a problem. But anyway, I am done with my questions.
Is there any other question, Mr. Okay, first I saw Mr. Maloney and then I saw Ms.
So I'd maybe like to make a suggestion, and maybe this can be done with the membership committee too, but it seems that if we want to improve revenue and membership is down, we can pull a list of this year or the past year of lapsed memberships, and maybe everyone on this committee can volunteer either by area, by county, to make a few phone calls to those lapsed members, and I bet we get some revenue.
Our plan in the membership committee is started going by county, start by region, starting with the south, because that has had the greatest drop. And but Mimi said that we now have a list for national members that are not state members, and I think that is what this committee could focus on mostly. And you can set up maybe text banking. You people can help you with text banking, and then you can help you with phone calls. And we can get it done if we have 4 or 5 volunteers.
I think if a concerted effort were made, that maybe that would help diffuse what's going on. So.
I agree. I'm looking at membership numbers and I see that, yeah, we're down in all of the areas. It's not just.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, I'm looking at the membership numbers. It's because it's got the most members to start with. Okay, we're at time. Unless there's a motion to extend the time.
I'd like to move to start time for like 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, because you still wanted to speak, so. Okay, there's a motion by Ms. Tewksbury to extend time by 2 minutes, seconded by Mr. Butts. Is there any objection? Hearing none, Ms. Tewksbury?
My first question was, you had said, I think I heard this right, was the $1,500 quarterly, is that the charge one, or the account? What are we talking about?
It's $1,500
Monthly, quarterly?
monthly, and it's typically that, it's 15 under the maximum, it's not always that, it's more,
Okay, so we're.
it's closer to that, we have more evidence in that.
Okay, so I heard something also 4,500 in there, in that discussion, what was that?
That was what's left of that budget item if she bills the full 1,500 through the end of the year.
How many members did you say we have that were national and not state?
approximately.
Okay, so if every single one of them joined, $25, 20,000, they're not all gonna join. Obviously, we hit that, they worked really well when we did, doing that last year, so that'll help, but,
That's like
that alone,
$20,000.
it is, that's $20,000. That alone is not going to be the only thing to look at other, suggestions, but it's definitely a question of it. We saw a huge increase in that last year.
Yes.
We can do it again.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, just the math one and on the side of that.
Any other questions? Mr. Alston?
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Monahan. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm looking at this report, it looks like our cash position has dropped $18,000 in this month, but our budgeted expenditures were $3,000. So was there?
I don't think it dropped 18,000. Mr. Flanagan, do you know what the drop in our bank account was in the last month? I can also look at it if you don't.
I would have to log on to the Wells Fargo and take a look, but that would take some time.
Could you provide the answer over email?
I can do that.
When can we expect that email to be sent out?
Probably within the next, before you reconvene after lunch, I would think.
Perfect, thank you.
The question again was, just so I have it correct.
The size of our cash position, how much it has changed in the last month?
I can actually.
Versus our budget.
I can answer that right now. At the end of, you're talking about at the end of July versus the end of August, yes? At the end of July, our bank balance was $54,424.52. Our balance today is $41,944. That's a difference of what, about 11,000? I didn't do
What
that.
I thought it was 13.
Well, it's for today is 14. I'm doing today.
Oh, today.
$41,904.03 today. And if we look at just, and I didn't go back exactly when I went to August or to July 31st, basically.
But I guess well, between the end of August and now, it was, we went from, as I pointed out earlier, it was from 61,000 to 42,000.
The end of August to now?
Yeah.
The end of August, we had $41,618, and today we have $41,900. So we've gone up since then.
Since the end of August?
Yes. We've not gone down, we've gone up. If we go back to July, in July we had, and I know that, so at the end of July, once again, we had $54,424.52. 54, so it is about 13,000, I guess. And were you asking what's been spent in that time?
No, it's just that, I mean, if we continue on this, I mean, it's just the same thing. If we continue on, I still like an answer to that question based off him logging into the, unless you do it right now.
I'm sorry, we're
Okay, we're at time. I logged into the bank account in real time
That was
because
it,
I
okay,
was sitting here.
I'd like to move to instead of
Okay, Mr. Alfstad has moved to extend time by 5 minutes. Is there a second? And seconded by Ms. Tewksbury. Is there any objection? Hearing none, Mr. Alfstad.
Okay, sorry, shouldn't take time. So if I understand what I heard correctly, the budget committee is only responsible for setting a budget at the beginning of the year. The treasurer, also to understand, is responsible for a quarterly report that will track how we're doing versus our budget. It seems like this is a problem that wasn't apparent 3 months ago, but now is an emergency. Is it would it make sense, or is there somebody who's responsible, should be responsible for tracking our budgeted versus actual income and expenses in a more granular, in a more real-time fashion, so that we don't, this doesn't repeat.
I would say that probably the buck stops at me. I do look at it, and I have been following it. I see the downtrend. I didn't see, and I still don't actually see a major emergency. I know we have a lot of expected income.
Okay.
But yeah, as CEO of the party, I would say that the buck would stop with me. I mean, the treasurer, absolutely, but it stops with me, and I will fully take, and I do track this data. And so, and I know the treasurer does as well, and I know our accountant does as well. However, I knew we were spending the $2,500. I knew we were spending the $1,500 to give to Mr. Just. We had bigger expenditures this last week. We did. And that brought our cash position down. We're now inching back up, but I think with the convention revenue, like I mentioned before, if we do this membership thing, because I absolutely mentioned when June membership was down in June. So this isn't something that was new to me that our membership is down, it's just continued to decline. But if you want to point the blame, if you want to point the finger, you point it at me.
One of the things,
Well, but I'm just saying, you said who's the final.
Yeah.
That would be.
Okay, so we don't need to make a new committee, change anyone's responsibility.
I don't think
You think
so.
we have?
I think that if we all put our heads together on starting to do these things, starting to try to increase our revenue, I think that we'll end in a strong position. And I believe that we'll probably bring in $10,000 to $15,000 by the end of the year for the convention.
So
Mr. Ballard.
I just want to make it clear, this isn't about assigning blame. He called it an emergency in his report. He's underlining things in red and bolding them, Mr. Blandahan. And then, we're finding out that he just got the data. So, you might be checking it every day. He clearly is not. He just pulled the data for his report, as he admitted earlier. This is a problem, and I don't know where the buck stops or where it starts. I don't really care. But he calls it an emergency. I'm asking very basic questions. It's troubling that he doesn't have answers for them. You provided some answers, which I'm grateful for. But this is something. My question, I guess, my last question would be for you. What is this expected income that we're used to $10,000 to $15,000? That we're going to get before the end of this year? How would that be?
Exactly the same way we did the end of last year. We bring in the majority of our 2023, or the majority of our next year's convention in the final 3-4 months of the year before. That's when we bring in the majority.
So I see, you're doing it on tickets. So the anticipated revenue is based off previous trends of people going to convention buying tickets before. Okay.
And that's when we bring in, which is why if you look at the convention each year, right now you look at this year's convention as being failure if you just look at QuickBooks because it spans a 2-year period. Except for, like I said, at the end of last year, we brought in $11,000 in ticket sales, which was for this year's convention. We will do the same this year for next year's convention.
Yeah,
that's how it works every year.
And I would point out that I did not use the word emergency. That was not something I said. I did highlight things in red because I thought it was significant. We still have a fair amount of cash in the bank account, but
maybe that was already
our bank account is going down rather than up, which is a significant change. It's not necessarily an emergency, but it's something that needs to be dealt with.
Okay, maybe that word was in the email chain, or I just extrapolated from something drastic needing to be done, which was a word that was used. So that kind of constitutes an emergency. It almost seems like the Joe Biden border crisis, not calling it a crisis, but we're not here to play semantic games, so I am done.
Okay.
I guess your take on that.
Okay, so
we're gonna say semantic.
okay, where are we on time? Can you talk in 10 seconds?
Okay, it'll be 2 minutes is fine.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Young to extend by 2 minutes, seconded by Mr. Maladon. Is there any objections? Hearing none.
So I'm just doing a really brief recap of everything that I've heard. So, because sometimes in reports, some things that are like income coming in the future that you know is there doesn't necessarily show up in all reports. I know this running a business, but what I want to know is, so you're pretty confident there is money coming in through convention, which obviously makes sense. So between the two strategies, obviously increasing membership.
Improving, yes, will we be, it'll all depend on the membership, really. I mean, convention is a given, we are going to bring in that, and we do every year. It's, people will be at our convention. I don't think that people are gonna boycott our convention and not show up because they don't. Every year, this is the same as it's been since I can go back to 2016. You know?
So between those two main strategies, convention coming in, doing a membership drive would be much better than.
And I'm also working on, I'm working on donors. Unfortunately, most of our donors aren't giving. And that's national events. But as chair, that's one of the things I do is try to work on donors. I know that in January, we'll get a donation of $5,000. There will be money that comes in, but that's not until January. We're not gonna blow through the rest of the money, the $41,000 in our account. It's,
My understanding from this conversation is that our treasurer looks at this stuff roughly quarterly to prepare a report. How often, I'd like to ask him how often he does look at this.
Mr. Lanahan, how often do you look at it?
How often do I look at what?
All of this information
The
that
bank accounts
turns
and
into
stuff. I mean, I know you do, we should be talking about it on the phone, but how often do you?
To answer his question, it's not my question. How often do you look at the information that you're looking at? Question, I don't know the time that is.
Okay, let's just,
2 minutes, fine.
let's do 2 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Okay, so the question, Paul, if you didn't hear it, is she'd like to know how often you look at the books, how often you look at the bank account and so forth. On a like weekly, monthly, quarterly, daily, whatever it is.
Whatever it was that led you to this dire straight situation.
I would say about once a week, given that I'm working full-time for Supervisor Hewitt.
Okay, I understand we all have lives. My question is then, how come we're just hearing about this if it's been a multiple month trend?
I was, as far as I was aware, I'm required to provide a quarterly report, and the Financial Standards Committee has been aware of the situation for a couple of weeks because I've been having to communicate with them on a regular basis to deal with their
And you have
concerns.
been trying to get information for longer than.
They asked a couple.
I have the receipt, but it's okay. You can deny it if you want. We all know this.
What was the question?
She said that they've been
I need
trying to get the
clarification,
information
not a
for more than
question.
2 weeks.
I believe Ms. Tewksbury is referring to a thread that goes all the way back to March, where a lot of questions have remained unanswered and not in a timely fashion by the treasurer.
No, that thread started in March, and the chair of the Financial Standards Committee has chosen just to continue on that thread rather than creating a new one.
It's because it's the same content.
Because he's been asking questions. That's his job.
And they've been answered. That means they have the time to get the information. I send it along.
Would you say you don't have the time to answer the questions in the time that you need? Because that's what this sounds like.
Well, I guess that depends on your point of view.
I think that this is,
I'm just asking.
yeah, we're at time. And I'm not
I got
quite
that information under.
what to do with that. I'm involved in that thread as well, and I believe that the questions that they had last quarter were answered, and then the thread started up again about 2 weeks ago. I can look into it.
I have
I've got it
access
as
to
well.
that.
All right, time has expired, which means that we are done with the treasurer's report. Thank you very much, Mr. Lanahan.
All right.
Thank you. I'm gonna hang up now. Okay, that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the operating procedures manual. There was one item given with advance notice, which is to create a website and information technology committee. And my understanding is that this committee would, well, I'll let Mr. Malagon speak to this because he is the one that brought this forward.
Sure. So before I make the formal motion, I just think it's important to, everyone complains about the website. There are a lot of problems with it. It is hosted on WordPress, which is infamously not great or famously not great. But to make sure that we have people that this can work as a twofold situation. So we need a website that's going to be better, and we need a committee of people that know how to run website code, that can design, do stuff like that. We don't really have that now. We have an independent contractor that is not as well versed as we probably need for an organization this size. And I think that creating a new committee where we obviously have someone that heads it that is still a paid contractor because it isn't a budget, and it would be necessary, unreasonable to ask anyone whether they're a member themselves or anyone that's just willing to donate their time to donate that amount of time. So I'd like to form a committee. We send out notice to the membership, and we have a lot of talent that we have not tapped into in a lot of different resources. I'd be curious to see who applies and see how many people can work together to make this website run more efficiently, updated regularly, all the stuff that we actually need to be a successful and serious political organization. So that's the purpose behind this committee.
Okay, and are you making that motion yet?
Yes, I would like to make a motion. So I will move.
Let's see the motion.
Okay. I move that the following text be added to page 13 of the operating procedures manual before the executive committee veto provision, section website and information technology committee. This committee shall consist of up to 5 members appointed by the executive committee. The website and information technology committee's purpose is to maintain and make modifications to the LPCA's website and information technology (in parentheses IT) infrastructure. The committee shall, among other things, be responsible for retaining and working with contractors, volunteers, and other personnel with the goal of maintaining and modifying the website and IT infrastructure.
Okay, and now the second was made by Mr. Butts. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We'll go to discussion. Is there discussion? Want to say anything?
Let's see,
Mr. Butts?
are we going to be, who are we looking at? We're looking at Eddie, probably Eddie.
That's not been stated. That's not part of the motion.
We're just taking applications from everybody that's looking to come in, and we're going to see what kind of talent there is, evaluate all the applications. We normally would bring the other committee and ensure that we get the most qualified people that can collaborate and work together in order to ensure that this website, he's a very talented young man who applies great people who want to use the services, should he be willing to give them to us and provide them. But we have a lot of talented people that can do stuff in IT. We need to start tapping into that market desperately. I mean, in all markets, whether it's lawyers, doctors, whatever it is. But for website, as great as a secretary as Mr. Edgar, I don't think that he can develop a website by himself.
Yeah, just really briefly, we've discussed this in the affiliate support committee that the website is in desperate need of being redone, just to be able to work best for our purposes.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I'm actually going to put myself in the queue. Just a moment. In the past, we had a website committee. We didn't have a paid contractor, we had a website. And on that website committee was many talented people that didn't have time to do the mechanics of just keeping it running. And it was very broken. And at that point, the executive committee determined that having an outside contractor was a better way to do it. However, I think that what fell through the cracks on that, which is why I think that this is a very good idea, is although it's good to have a paid contractor, and what our paid contractor does is basically keep the nuts and bolts going, does updates that we ask them to, post the things we ask them to, but it's not a web development company. And what we had before with Justin Hintock, that also, he had more design background, but this is more just nuts and bolts, which is why she's very under budget, because she's much less expensive. TJ was going to be working more on the website, but unfortunately he's left and he's now in Vegas. So I think that the optimal solution would be to have a committee with really talented people to really work on updating, because our website, although I think it's better than it has in the past, it needs updating, and I think that a committee to either be able to do the work of implementing the changes or being able to direct a contractor to do it would be the optimal way to do that, just to make sure that we can, and I think it should be a committee of, like that number of people that can decide and design and, you know, not have to come back to the executive committee with every, you know, I want to do this new splash page, you know, 15 people deciding if it's the right splash page kind of thing. So I think that this is an excellent idea.
And on that note, actually, Madam Chair, so it would be, and maybe this should run, this is kind of going to be a trial run for this reason, maybe it should run where we just pick, kind of like the convention committee. It's really hard to plan an event when you have all these people that may not share the same vision and put them in the same room and tell them, hey, we just met, kiss, and everything's fine, right? This might be the same issue with this, so seeing whoever applies, we may need to proceed in that fashion before there's an official committee, where we just pick the most qualified person that then selects their team based on those remaining applicants who share that vision.
And that might be a good way to do it.
So this could be amended in the
think
future.
yeah, play it by ear
Yeah.
to begin with.
Correct.
Ms. Stump.
I would like to suggest that somebody from the Communications and Social Marketing Committee is on this website committee, because this is another communication tool.
I agree. I think that, so this initial motion is to create this committee and to put out applications, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think that that would be something to absolutely look at for that. But this motion right now isn't populating the committee. It's simply creating it for us to populate. And it would be this committee to populate.
Yeah, I got something.
Mr.
So
Bush.
the paid contractor would be the chair of this committee, correct?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. I think that would be a good idea to have that person do the.
Well, it would depend on the situation, and I'll just give you an example. One of the, so just to keep in mind that the committee that pays for the website and the webmaster is the candidates board. Mr. Gerken is the secretary of the candidates board. He would not be able to be a paid contractor and to be the secretary of that. That would be a conflict. So I think that right now we're once again getting ahead of ourselves. I think that having a paid contractor to do nuts and bolts is a good idea, not necessarily that the chair is that person, because I think that the person that does that, you know, they're not going to be the driving force of the creative part. That's my. But again, right now we're just voting to create this. We create it and then we figure out that.
Correct. And if we need to call an executive session for that, or a special session, sorry.
Yeah.
If we get a lot of applicants right away, we want to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just to create the committee, float it out there, people that are watching can see, people that need minutes, and then we just send out that email blast and hopefully get some fish.
Any other discussion on this motion? Hearing none, we will go to a vote. I don't think this needs to be a roll call vote because I don't think it's going to be controversial. So, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed? It passed. Okay, so that takes us. I think you went to the bathroom.
Maybe this will be something for the historical preservation committee, but that might be the least controversial.
That was pretty uncontroversial.
For the record.
And I'm gonna just take the point of personal privilege just real quickly, because I was curious. The last email from the Financial Standards Committee was on June 10th until we got one on September 6th. And on June 10th, the last message was, gotcha, thank you. I think that was the case.
I've seen all. That's fine.
I got them right.
I have fine.
Okay, so that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the Northern Area Coordinators Report. I'm going to ask if it's just me or if anybody would want to take like a 5 or 7 minute recess. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and say that we're in recess at 11:28. Let's try to get back here in not libertarian time, but like 5 to 10 minutes.
Can we do
And I gotta run.
11:35?
I gotta run. And I have to get other people coming here. Like, I have to get the time sorry.
We extend the time of the break by 5 minutes.
Oh, I left it open like. I saw it. You left it open for you.
Most of them say hi. I got so distracted talking to her and I say hi.
Yeah.
This is why I stay.
Exactly.
Riverside County is the size of New Jersey. I don't need any more than that.
Yeah. Sorry, my hands are freezing. It's cool. My hands are freezing. I'm always cold.
I realize I've been reading cards with me, but many times they're not already thinking about it.
Oh,
I'll sit there thinking, yeah, so Kitty would agree that.
Really? She wants to down like 68. We're like about 76. So we're like at 73.
I don't listen to anything.
I'm like, is that like under 73 or 72? I literally have a jacket on.
I'm gonna give you the comment of like, I don't notice such things. You can also turn it to 90 and probably notice it later.
Even when we have it on right now, I have to put a jacket on most of the time. I walk around my house without a coat on.
That was a great luck.
Yeah. Being a good time is not enough. Yeah. Hey.
Well, that's, yeah, send me a text. Let me find out where my wife is. And I can probably get you, I can get you what I have left.
Oh, yeah, always. In my radio station. So I was Friday. Oh, yeah. I went radio station.
Okay. And now it's, I guess typically it's,
Well, I get coordinated with it. I don't get to decide so much. Or against you. Yesterday I was thinking about unplugging and transmitting. So, okay, situations. You have feedback. Hey, it's working. Amazing. What happened to you? Don't know.
There's always a, yeah.
Yeah, we're still trying to see I would be asking like
Just get through that.
I think that's true.
You know, at least one, sometimes one.
You get more like engagement around that, or you get like, how do you get you directly see your
yeah, well, my actual shows aren't.
Well, they're not, so.
My shows are almost alongside.
Yeah.
So you're supposed to be easy.
For commercial regulation. Okay. Okay. But, yeah, I'm the guy who's in charge. You guys can see it's mad at me. It's easy to get mad at it right now. Walking out. Let's show me the station. What station's around the corner? I don't have an hour. Yeah. Right.
I know, I would have known.
I
that.
just,
I was thinking, Rick, I was waiting 20 minutes.
Reducing the first month.
no. Okay, we'll call it. We'll call it something else.
Yeah.
Fine.
Everybody else had one.
Yes, yeah. I took my break right before we went on break. So the first one.
That's, I've already got that signed. So that's what. Yeah, that's
So they probably just were.
They're out on the.
They probably are. I would just say Lars and Jim Fisher, but they're big. I was telling him.
More hungry.
I don't even have not that much.
Yeah, well, you can only.
Right from this, like, across the markets, right where that shape structure.
Oh, the gazebo.
Yeah.
Did you eat over at the restaurant?
Yeah, I ate there for dinner last night and breakfast this morning.
Is it good? Excellent.
I splurged and I had leg scallops. And I went to the, I had like.
What you spend?
What is it now?
Oh my God. So, yeah, I think it's. And then also being welcome.
I say quite.
I was right.
But so what? I can't. At least it's more.
A good
Living in here.
Oh, scallops are like nice. Nice. Scallop, not the
Yeah.
Those are like proper size scallops.
Yes.
They're
5 miles?
Okay, so you're
just right there.
No, but I mean, even other years, we bring in a good amount. 2021 was a little different. We brought in a bit more revenue in the year because remember we had it so late. It wasn't until May. So that was a little bit different. But last year, you know, we bring in a lot from like October 1st. We bring in a lot because of the I'm still trying to get used to these last. So I have cat house, right? And I just got that. I guess it just didn't. I think my vision was English, but so I got the cat house. My heart kind of. And these are supposed to be progressive. They don't work for me, you know. So I have to put on these other glasses and shelves like. Once I have the surgery, these glasses won't be correct anymore. Okay, can somebody start calling people back? I said we wouldn't be out there.
We're gonna probably have salad, right?
What can I do to we always do wine.
So,
Okay, how many should we have?
But, and I don't get
Oh, that might happen.
Okay, so maybe it's that. So that's.
So good. But they're right. Sandwiches, but
Okay, so. Yeah, I'm trying to time it.
That's what I think I want to work on.
That's this Friday.
no.
Okay.
I'm downtown. It's like.
I guess I used to have, I had a cabinet, well, I think I worked for my dad, you know, like I was doing stuff in my house. It was on, I called it copier time. Say like, he should be at my house.
Just make sure he is a
No, I do not, because I'm cutting him. So he could say, oh yeah, I'll be there at 9:00 in the morning. And then he would call me at 8:00 in the morning. I'm on my way.
Like a bowl?
Like you said, morning. Yeah, but I might have to. No.
You're not accounting for like.
And he lives in Trail, but
Oh,
like,
he has no excuse.
and it's like, It's not a pop, it's like, that's all conversation, but it's not really, that's really. I'll try to do something.
That's literally oh, I went to it's like, no, that's not how this works. We can just do it on your time. Like, we can just do it now. Okay, so I come now. No, that's not, it's not, it's not.
Yeah.
But it's just, but yeah,
It's hilarious, but it's hilarious.
Something like that.
Yeah,
Or
but my dad doesn't have it, so.
Okay, you're like a White House approval.
All right. You guys, I did that one. Looks like we have just about a It's okay, I'm just thinking and we're still streaming, right? Because I don't think any of you stopped it for our thing. Actually, if somebody could do me a favor and go plug in the Mevo, because I forgot to do that earlier.
I don't know what that is.
Okay. All right, we're almost back because nobody else knows it.
You say a Mevo?
It's for camera.
All words are made out, Gary.
Yes, I'm just making up words.
Yeah.
But I just realized I never did this, so.
Just like deep planning, like that's what it is. Yeah. Everyone pretends that it is. It's like you can't just add D in front of stuff. It's not. It's that's why I specifically text you that. It's not, you get off the play. I don't use it. It's stupid. It makes me cringe every time people say that. Unironically. It's not a word. It's so not a word.
It is so a word.
She just made one up with a camera.
I love to made it up, but I'm.
All right, guys. Okay, so we're back at 11:45, which was a little more than 10 minutes. Next on the agenda is the Northern Area Coordinators. Ms. Stone.
I'd like to thank, first of all, Adrian Malagon for the work he did at the beginning of this quarter before I was elected Northern Area Coordinator. And my vision is basically to continue what he started, where increasing awareness, getting affiliates up online, helping struggling affiliates, and increasing membership and awareness. We have a lot of strong affiliates that are doing a lot of affiliate meeting work, outreach. Alameda counties, San Francisco, Santa Clara, Sacramento. Solano is active. They're a little bit more quiet. Contra Costa has sort of, in a way, sort of relaunched since their XCOM meeting earlier this year, and they're having more meetings. Placer County also is very active. And let's see, Shasta County is a new one, and they're having, they've had a few meetings. They've had one meeting since the last quarter, and Solano they want to be more active. I've got an outreach to them. Since I've become chair, I've had a few people outreach to me regarding affiliates starting up in their counties where there isn't an affiliate or they clamored. Dennis Liberty of Potter Valley in Mendocino County has reached out to me. I'm going to be working with him on seeing who members are in Mendocino County once I get trained on Neon. I was reached out to by Ian Primuck of Napa County. He's interested in maybe starting up a Napa County affiliate. I have to get trained on Neon. I can start working with that. And Yuba County, there was a gentleman, Benjamin Neighbors, He's interested in possibly starting up a Yuba County affiliate. I'll be working with him in the near future. Also, once I get trained on Neon. San Mateo has, we started, and Chris Minoletti is the pro tem. And he's had a couple meetings, the first one in August and the last one on September 20th. I haven't had any updates regarding any possibility of election yet. So I'm not sure when the bylaws dictate when you have your election, but Mr. Minoletti will keep me updated as regarding San Mateo, since they seem to be starting up again. And that seems to be it for the northern area.
Thank you. Are there questions for the Northern Area Coordinator? Hearing none, I just want to say good job. You're doing a good job, and I'm happy to see that there's new affiliates getting going. Especially like Shasta, that was pretty good.
Well, Shasta happened before
I know, but nonetheless, it's a good thing. So thank you, and thank you for your hard work.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank my successor. You've been doing a fantastic job. I try to help in whatever capacity I still can, obviously, easier these days. But no, it's nice to see you continuing the trend of showing up to meetings, going to everything you can, obviously being in contact with everyone. It's really nice to see the vision continuing to play out with increasing membership in the North, and we're continuing to do that. So thank you so much.
And it's about Neon. I know we were supposed to do that, and then everything else.
Yeah, Adrian has offered to train them.
Yeah.
Okay, and I can also do what we talked about. Okay. If there's nothing else for the Northern Area Coordinator, we will go to the Central Area Coordinator, Mr. Betts.
I'll try to keep this short, just kind of go over a few highlights. And I'm sure everybody's read my report, so you can ask questions to anything specific. So we've been having quarterly regional meetings. This last one was in July, where Kevin Gilroy went over how she created her road drive. I'm going to have another meeting in October to go over the support handbook. The seminars that the Affiliate Support Committee has been doing, making sure that everybody has the resources that have been coming out. Santa Barbara County is officially affiliated at the beginning of July. All college kids, they're going to be getting back semester, or they should be starting now. So they should be starting to meet up and stuff like that. Cal Harris has an active chair pro tem. Now the previous chair pro tem resigned. The San Luis Obispo Executive Committee all resigned. I have an active chair pro tem there and a few other active members. They're going to start meeting up, getting that started. Stanislaus Charles has been going to, been doing his regular ice cream social, and just everywhere in the central area has been pretty active and meeting up regularly. Vernon County started to do speaking events, having speakers come out, including local elected officials. So we're starting to make names for ourselves in Vernon County. And then, of course, Keynes County, Shane Strong, Amanda Saltre, Francisco Ramirez, they're all full campaign mode. Any donations or volunteer help would be helpful. Jeff Schwartz, City Council, Ventura as well, Tom Nichols with Fresno, the state level candidate we have going. I think central area, the most candidates running this cycle, if I'm not mistaken. Kelly has only 3 people filed out of 4 seats, so we aren't active on the principal thing. And since there's a 3-seat there, Kelly can probably help me get appointed. It's too easy not to. So I can be a support role for Kelly on that board. And then on a side note, I joined the Central Valley Taxpayers Association Political Action Committee, and they endorse Shane for the city council run. I'm going to try to get me endorse and Francisco.
Perfect. Any questions for the Central Area Coordinator? I actually do have one, and it's just a curiosity. What's going on with SLO?
So the previous executive committee, they have not met since they were elected.
They basically all resigned.
Yes. Joe Parker, well, first it was going to be a delegate that was in Long Beach, John Collins, but they had a family emergency where the commitment they were going to make, they were not being able to. So they're going to be kind of more sporty roles. Joe Parker, he moved from Los Angeles, he's been active in Los Angeles. And he moved there a couple years ago, had a kid and stuff, and so he's ready to get back into it now that his son is a year and a half now. So yeah, I'm excited to get that going again. Working and connecting with Gail. I know she's been.
That's why I asked the question.
I know she's got some money she wants to give somebody, and
Well, she's already done a like
she's already done
membership.
it, but nobody.
They can't take the $500 in due sharing because they're not.
They don't have a bank account.
And they're not right now working. So, but I know that she's been looking for some information to try to make phone calls and stuff as well. So you might want to get with her because she is good at making sometimes good at making phone calls. So it might be if you could reach out to her because she sends me a lot of emails.
I wanted to have a phone call with her. She was like, "Can we just talk over email?" A lot to go over.
Her hearing is not that good, so she can do calls, but it's not recorded.
No.
I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, I definitely count on it.
She's been busy. Any other questions for the Central Area Coordinator? Mr. Melvin.
Thank you, Chair. Two things actually. Well, just to piggyback off the slow LP thing. So I had a Zoom call with Mr. Parker, and he wanted access, so I had him sign the NDA, access to LP system, start calling people, and he's really anxious to get that going. So that's really good to see. So he reached out to me to help do all that. So that's fantastic. And then to Ms. Stump, she tried to applaud Mr. Lett's statement earlier. It didn't work because you have to do the slow clap. You can't just like go like this. You have to start it, and then people will jump in. So it was a matter of principle for me to not jump in. Anyway, I'm done.
And I just have a real question. The NDA that we signed with
It's through the website. So it's just like I'll fill it out. It goes to that's
it doesn't. I don't. Nobody has.
Mr. Ferreira had given previously that.
Nobody has access to it, so it can't
It was
be
an old
countersigned.
NDA.
We'll talk about that.
I think I've had a few people sign that NDA.
Yeah, I was under the impression that was still live.
I have no way of seeing who signed it, because I have no way to log in. TJ hasn't been able to get in, so. We're going back to PDFs.
Let's talk about the membership committee, off time, so. Talk about the NDA.
Yeah, I'm just saying, let's talk about that because.
Yeah,
that's
I thought
something
that
we-
link was still live and active.
That's why I asked.
Good to know.
Thank you for mentioning it.
When did that meeting stop? We didn't stop having access to it.
I've never had access to it,
So when TJ left,
yes.
so
Probably closer to the end of June. And I have a list of everything that's signed up to that point, but he was not able to give me access to it. So we've gone back to PDF. Wait.
Oh, I just wonder, I actually do have this in
Okay. All right. Anything else for the Central Area Coordinator? Hearing none, that will take us to the Southern Area Coordinator. Oh, Liz, yeah.
I'm gonna go really briefly just for each county, and then I may need a little bit more minutes of my time to a couple of the gentlemen in this room. because we had discussed tabling an event, and we have a couple of superstars in tabling an event, and I'd like to give their feedback on that. Okay, so anyway, LA County had their convention July 24th. Dan Welby is the new chair of LA County to replace Angela McCardle's departure. And he has hit the ground running. And he did a lot of activism last year. He was already kind of a right arm. And so he's done a lot. He sent out an amazing email to the MailChimp group. And so I'm not going to go over that, but he's basically outlined some of his goals and some of the things that he's implementing and working on. And then I also, on that email, there's listed all the officers. And then he's been working a lot with Sean Osborne for the Med Freedom LA. They're still working on that. And so that's also in here as well. Orange County, let's see, OC Pride was held in Santa Ana on Saturday, June 25th. They had an amazingly beautiful table there. They got a lot of engagement, and there was a lot of seed planting. They said they had a lot of discussions and conversation. I don't have any solid numbers for that one, but they did have a lot of great conversations. Terry Miller is running for Cypress City Council, and Terry said his campaign is going extremely well. I would like to give him a couple minutes at the end to be able to speak to his campaign. Let's see, Riverside County, we have Lauren Dean in the house as well. And we had a big event Labor Day weekend in Norco, my hometown. We had a booth in Norco Fair, and Lauren Dean oversaw 29 hours of handshakes and party promoting over the 3.5 days. It was an amazing event, and he is a work. I mean, it was like watching art in action. The way he had just spoken and talked with everybody, it was amazing. And it's breaking it down to his 4 points and the way he was explaining everything, but yeah, it was fantastic. He was joined by, we have Garrison Ham, who is the new chair of San Diego County, was there. One of the days we had Shane Kiss, who's the chair pro tem of San Bernardino County, as well as the legendary Matt Hartley of LA County. Was there one of the days. But this was Riverside's first big tabling event in a while, and it kind of set the baseline for these events. 46 email addresses were harvested through a t-shirt raffle, and that was something that Lauren had, I'll let him explain. 6 people changing their voter registration to Libertarian on the spot thanks to that QR code, which worked very successfully. 1 new dues paying member, and then again, that was through a QR code as well. We also made contact with 2 existing dues paying members who had simply never been in contact with the county before. They just walked up and said, "We're Libertarians, we want to help." And I'm like, that's just amazing. So we watched a lot of people just come straight to the booth. They saw us, they came straight to the booth. A lot of my farmer friends converted, so it was a really great event. In election news, county parties working with Jeff Hewitt, supervisor campaign, to help with campaigns, neighborhood walking and signposting activity. And I believe there's just recently posted $20 an hour for harvesting, or for not harvesting, but for.
The Hewitt campaign's got enough money that they're paying neighborhood walkers. They're canvassing neighborhoods, so they're doing a legit part-time job.
Yeah, so it's a good deal. So, but yeah, and he was also recently, Press Enterprise recently endorsed him as well. So that was a big win there. San Bernardino County Chair Pro Tem Shane Kiss and Riverside Lauren Dean have discussed an Inland Empire Sharing Resources Alliance. Let's see, Shane was also in the event. And the August meeting was at Shane's house, and they worked out ex-com nominees. For September's meeting, there were 7 dues-paying members and 2 prospective members with plans to join this week. And they are targeting November to finally convention and turn San Bernardino into an official affiliate. So good stuff happening there. San Diego County, so there was a change of hands. So now it is in the hands of Garrison Ham. And so again, that's another person who's kind of hit the ground running with his place in San Diego. And let's see, there's meetups in North County, Fat Joe's in Oceanside. There's also Central, and let's see. There's something there, let's see. San Diego LP's goal is to build an influential political bloc leading to 2024 general elections. He's got lots of plans there as well. And then Imperial County, Chair Pro Tem Kayla Kirby has stated that she and her husband are committed to building the county, but she's kind of at a loss of what to do. So I told her that the first thing I need from her is a list of all possible events that are happening throughout the year. We discussed this at the last quarterly meeting, and I think she just hasn't put it in action yet, but that's the first thing I need from her. I'm like, just get me that list so we can work off of that list. From there, I'd like to see, start planning out the budget and the ability to go out and do some tabling events to really build it. Because she does a great job with her newsletters, because she was she worked in the media. So she does with that, but she just needs a bigger audience. So I think we need to build our audience, and I think tabling events really significantly help them. So anyway, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to a couple of the gentlemen in this room. I'd like Lauren Dean to discuss some of the points about tabling, because I'm really in support of this tabling event. But it was so good, and we had a really few good pointers, and then maybe either David or Terry that can speak about their tabling successes, because they also, Orange County, consistently does really good tabling events. And then a brief touch on Terry's campaign, which both of them are working on as well.
Okay, so
is that okay?
Yeah, unless there's objection to hearing from these people, which I don't believe there is. Okay, so Mr. Dean.
Wait, Mr. Dean, I may object.
Always does so.
If you object, we have to.
I'm kidding.
Well, I don't know that I have a huge amount to add, especially with top ones. This was a revival of Riverside's tablings, and we haven't done anything like this in a long time. But it was I felt like it was a really successful event. I felt like it's a really good base on future events. And based on stuff that happens in the county and the general event calendar, and that Northville Fair will probably become an anchor of our public presence. There's no reason for us not to do that. In fact, based on the pricing of the slots and whatnot, we might expand. I'd like to set up like tables and chairs and have a Liberty one out at the Northville Fair just all weekend, right in the middle of the vendor. So that might be ongoing. I felt like we were really successful. I really enjoyed hanging out with Garrison. I felt like we were successful talking about being afraid, and we attracted a lot of attention and talked about people stuff. I do have a couple of things to add. The stuff you asked me for any feedback on the affiliate support thing, and there's been some discussion already about those fire marshal tags on easy ups, and the I just want to chat with you about that after about that and event insurance. We'll talk about those two things. But yeah, no, it was a great event. Glad to do it. It's long hot. It's hot like a circus in the sun. It's 118 degrees all weekend. But worth it. I may even have shut a battery.
Thank you very much for doing that. I really wanted to get out to that, and I ended up having an emergency after emergency all weekend.
Sure.
But next time, because I really want to go to Northville. The whole place.
Northville's a lot of fun. If there's any place in Riverside County that is pro-freedom and doesn't like government, it's Northville. I didn't talk to anybody in Northville that was like government's dog. Like that's just the way Northville.
I wanted to ask about the town hall you attended. I didn't hear about the town hall until like the day, until like a few hours after.
No, and that's my fault. That's my fault. This year, this is the first year that I've been in a position to like be paying attention to stuff. So a lot of this year is just building the event calendar. Like I don't know when it's happening. Good. So, and part of that too is just really going to stuff. Just enjoying stuff. And what I've discovered is that it takes hours of meeting people and shaking hands to get introduced to the next person at the next echelon of stuff, and then hours of that echelon. And that got me involved in this town hall thing. Riverside County's got a growing population of Republicans with the serial number spot law. They're all astonishingly disappointed in the Republican Party, so they're all rebranding themselves as the Freedom Alliance, this, the Liberty Council, that, whatever. They're just stripping Republican. So this town hall central thing is the brainchild of Eric Early was there. Who's most
Yeah. Excuse me, we're at time, so it's okay if there's a motion to extend time.
I'll move to extend time by 5 minutes.
Okay, it's been moved, seconded by, who's that, Mr. Ham? Any objection? Hearing none, Go ahead, finish your thought.
Okay, so quickly, it's just a big nonpartisan town hall, like they have about 70 people in the state, all across the county, and all across the state, to talk about issues of importance to what they call constitutional conservatives, which really just means to be very blunt, more than anything. So all they have to do is be cool. They don't have to be much mad, right? So it's the drugs are a big point to each crowd. Broadly speaking, I think there's a lot of tension. So I felt like that went really, really well. I think things will be recorded. I'll find a recording.
Just gotta find how to articulate that it's really expanding value.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's atrocious. But no, it was really neat. It was a neat experience. I got to be there as part of the Riverside County Election Advisory. So they tapped me to share tales of bureaucratic woe with the Riverside County Registrar of Voters. It was ridiculous.
And I want to thank you for that. I was on that meeting the other day. It's interesting.
Yeah. But it's slow. All these processes are real slow. And that's been a great lesson for me to share. I don't want to take any more time from the Washington County folks. Yeah. No, we're loving Riverside County.
Because that was fun. And by the way, we have permission from the chair at the time of Lilly County to say that. So that's fine.
I will say that I can't think of anybody better to be chair of Los Angeles County than a drummer.
Yeah, Dan is
Yeah, I
very
agree.
good. Yes. All right, so,
I was gonna just add really quick, Lauren was able to connect with one of my city council members who did sign up for our email list as well. And Jeff Hewitt's really good friends with him, so it also helped there too. But anyway, okay, I don't know if.
I'll let him speak to.
Thanks, John.
You're moving to second.
So yeah, David Naranjo, Chair, Orange County. As was already mentioned, we go June, July, something like that. And we had a lot of positive feedback, a lot of positive response from everybody. Everybody was just happy to see us there. A lot of libertarians came up to us. Oh, we're so happy to see you here. Finally, we have a presence. And it seemed like that was kind of the general response. We did the Orange International Street Fair Labor Day weekend. A lot of good positive response, maybe 7 or 8 new voter registrations, which is kind of low from previous years. A lot of times we get only a dozen or more, so it was a little bit low. Maybe 14, 15 email signups, which again was a little bit low. So I don't know what was going on this year at the street fair, but we had a lot of good response, but maybe the activity wasn't just as much as in previous years. But overall, it's a good event. We have the Cypress Community Festival coming up October 1st. That's a one-day event. We will have a booth there. Again, we've done that the last few times we've had it. We usually get a lot of good response there. It's more of a regional event where it's kind of the city of Cypress and surrounding cities mostly. And we will also have a booth there for the Libertarian Party of Orange County and the Libertarian for Cypress. We're going to have 2 separate booths there for that event as well. And we do need more volunteers for both of those booths. So anybody that's interested in these, sign up. The information is on our website, LPCA.org. That's it.
Thank you. So I feel like there's 2 main takeaways. Tabling is really helping out huge in getting our name out there, just developing relationships and planting those seeds. And then also, just like what Lauren's been doing, and that's just getting out there and mingling, shaking hands, talking with people, having conversations, getting involved in organizations like taxpayer organizations and stuff like that. Because to Lauren's example, it really does get you places and it gets our name out there.
And we're down to 40 seconds left.
If I could add in, Alameda County, last time we did a t-shirt raffle was Art and Soul in 2019 before COVID. And we had a lot of people doing the signups, but when we did Oakland Pride, we didn't do a t-shirt raffle and we got like 1 sign up. So the t-shirt raffle really does pull them in. Kind of, oh, I get a free t-shirt? Oh, cool. So I can attest to the t-shirt raffle helping pull people in.
And 30 seconds to go, or are we done? We're done. So We didn't talk about Mr. Miller's
We can always talk about it.
campaign, but he has time. Unless, he doesn't look like he wants to talk, actually.
I'll make a motion to.
You can even just go by one quick minute. We're on
Okay,
live
motion to
camera,
extend
so
time by 2 minutes.
I don't want to give too many nuts and bolts on this one.
Okay, motion to extend time by 2 minutes.
Yes.
Moved by Ms. Young, seconded by Mr. Butts. Any objections? Hearing none, we'll extend it for 2 minutes, Mr. Miller.
I mean, I'll keep it short and sweet because, like I said, we don't have my camera and, you know, who knows. But anyway, I would say the long and short of it is I came out to build bridges and I'm really, you know, it's going well. I've been able to basically like re-bridge a lot of, there's a lot of fractured camps out there. And I've been able to work with each one, kind of meet them where they're at, build things. They're working really well together. All the back-end politics are now handled. We have basically every group working with us now.
You said in the membership committee last week or so ago that the third choice of the Republicans and Democrats out of 3 seats. There's 3 seats altogether.
It is a slate of 3. There are 7 people, and you know each of their respective camps needs. You know, it's a long drawn-out story about each person. Then I go into all that later. But I'm in a very good voice position, yes. So things are going along very well. What I will say is that it is a 24/7 operation. I haven't had sleep in like 2 days, but it's been great. It's been a wonderful experience, and when this is all done, I have so much to share, like as far as how to run campaigns, how to do them, how to work with politics, kind of like what Lauren is talking about, working with the various groups, the speed sometimes, everything. So it's coming along well. Now it's just at the point where, sadly, I realize in every campaign, there is an unavoidable of money. You know, everybody in their various social circles, the people who are active, we've reached out to. We are in a very great position. But there is also just simply getting to those people who aren't paying attention because things are good for them or whatever it may be. Kind of person who doesn't see it until they see it in the mail, they vote for you, they may forget that they voted 3 weeks afterwards. You never know. But those are the hardest ones to reach. So it's door knocking pretty much all day, every day, getting these mailers out, throwing money at things. But otherwise, it's going very well, and I'm happy to elaborate further later. But yes.
If I could just, jump in one 30-second point.
We're at time with not like 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
I'll move to extend for 30 seconds, seconded by Mr. Almstead. Any objection? Hearing none. Go ahead.
So yeah, like Terry said, we're kind of at the point where we're reaching out to the less engaged voters that will be showing up. That requires a lot of mass marketing, mass appeal. So we are raising money for direct mail and social media ads, that kind of thing. So please go to terryforcyprus.com/donate and help us raise money for those efforts.
Excellent. Okay, so I think we're done with that. We never had any actual questions for the southern area coordinator, but I don't think. Okay, that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the LNC report. Ms. Eiler texted me yesterday saying she wasn't going to be able to come to this meeting. I texted her to see if she wanted to get the report by telephone, and she hasn't texted me back. If she does text me back at some point and would like to do that, we can maybe put that on the agenda to hear from her. But she did submit the report in advance, and it has basically what's going on, you know, with the LNC in general, with what they've been doing. I've been, you know, paying attention, and there's.
Maybe she'll get back to us in what they're eating lunch.
I don't know. She might. If she does, we can amend the agenda. But I believe that she's got a pretty comprehensive report that she submitted. So I won't be like submitting it for her or anything like that. It'll be in the record. I will say that I think she's doing a real good job. I've talked to her quite a few times. She's, you know, I think she's doing a real good job.
She's constantly emailing County XCOM with updates from County.
Yeah, and I've talked to her.
I really enjoy her.
Yeah, she's doing a very good job. They've got their upcoming in-person meeting soon. It's on, I forget what date. And they've also got September 11th evening, which is their Monday. So I think they're going to be in Austin. I forget which day. I think that's very soon. So anyways, that pretty much concludes that item on the agenda. We can do one of two things. We are now at the point for breaking for lunch. If everybody's hungry, I think that's a good idea. Or we could try to knock out a few more, things before lunch. But I'm not hearing anybody wanting to do that, so I would say that the next item on the agenda is break for lunch. So let's go ahead and break for lunch at 12:18. Let's try to make it an hour. I don't know if everybody's going to go down to the restaurant.
The restaurant just straight downstairs.
It's across the courtyard. You go out this other door back there, and it's across the courtyard.
Right by the shades.
Yeah, and they have, okay, so anyway, we're broke for lunch at 12:18. I know. Their food is excellent, everything is. Yeah.
And the other one is secure or something. I'm gonna leave it in here.
We're live. Well, it's showing that, for me, it's showing the end of the last session before lunch. Oh, it maybe it might have just updated.
Yeah, I think it just
Yeah.
refreshed.
Yeah, now it's live.
Okay. Okay, we're back in session at 2:08. A little bit longer than I had anticipated, but it is what it is. I'm still eating, it's really good. So, I did text with Carrie, and she is going to do it on the phone, but she hasn't texted me back. In part because I texted the wrong Carrie first. So, that did not. We did not have that many people sign up. So I looked yesterday, and there was basically not that many new. So the 3 people that did applications are all people we know, basically, and I think that none of them sent a resume anyways. So it's Roger Cohen, Chris Buccaneer, and Gary Hofstad. The Credentials Committee is a 5-member committee, so we need 5 members, and I will, yes?
Oh, I thought you were opening nominations, sorry.
I was just about to say that I will open nominations.
I'd like to nominate Joshua for everyone.
Okay. Oh,
I will.
and by the way, he signed up, he did do an application.
He'd like me to try to ask him if he's on vacation right now, but.
I will believe you. I mean.
He did it last year.
Yeah, he liked it last year.
Okay. I mean, if you're sure that he's gonna accept the nomination, but he did sign up specifically for awards.
I will nominate Dr. Catherine McElroy and Gary Alstead, and the other 2 are Chris Guinier and Roger Cohen. I will nominate those 4.
Okay, so you've added to that Ms. McElroy, and then of course Joshua. We do not. Okay, and right now she's passing through Pendleton on the road, and reception is Shawnee's. And that's Carrie. Okay, so right now we've got 5 nominations for 5 positions. Are there any more nominations for positions?
I would move to adopt them as a slate. Yes, Madam Chair, I will move to nominate the 5 members for aforementioned members for the 5 positions that are available for Credentials Committee.
And that's to elect, not to nominate.
To elect.
That's okay. I thought that's what I was. Just making sure. Okay, Mr. Malagon has moved to basically vote on these as a slate of, or did I get that way? Everybody second. Who wants to be the one? Okay, Ms. Tewksbury seconds. Is there any objection to doing the vote by that method? Hearing none. All those in favor of electing Roger Cohen, Christopher Genier, Gary Alstead, Kat McElroy, and Joshua Clark to the Credentials Committee, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes, and the 5 of them are on the committee. So that then takes us to the next item on the agenda, which is the election of the awards committee. Again, this is a 5-member committee. And the 3 that I had that did applications were Catherine McElroy, Joshua Clark, and Araceli de los Santos. So I will open nominations for awards committee.
I will nominate Matthew Hartley from Fresno. He's Tom Nichols' campaign manager.
And does he accept the nomination?
He does.
Okay.
And I will also nominate Meredith Hayes, Secretary of Contra Costa County. And she has also expressed her willingness to serve.
Okay, so that is 2.
I'd like to nominate Victoria about the chair.
Someday you'll get named right. Today is not that day.
Okay, Ms. I will accept. Okay, so that's 3. Further nominations?
I'll nominate Michael Lima.
And does he accept?
Yeah, he expressed interest.
For sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Who were the others that applied?
I didn't recognize.
Catherine McElroy, if you do know her. Does she still want to do it?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I think that there might be an issue with the website. So I nominated Dr. McElroy for Credentials Committee because she did not want, when this came out, she said, I applied for credentials. And I suspect the same thing happened to Mr. Clark. I don't know if there's an issue with the website or people are selecting something and it's automatically shifting to something else. I don't know if there's an issue, but she does not. She made it clear she does not want to do it. I can't speak for Mr. Clark.
That happened with some membership. Whether it's
Yeah.
tech error, human error. So who was the other person? Long name. I will nominate Araceli de los Santos.
And I believe she still wishes to, so she had applied for several. And she was on our last meeting. And I believe, and she had applied for several. And the other person was Joshua Clark, but you said that you think that he actually wanted credentials as well.
I suspect, yeah, he did not mention that he wanted to be on the board, but he did want to be.
Can I close nomination? Is there any further nominations? Hearing none, I'm closing nominations. Mr. Butts?
I'd like to make the motion to elect the 5 African people to the board.
Okay, so the motion is to elect.
Oh, I'm sorry. We already closed nomination. I forgot. I'm sorry. I had it down here. Would it be possible to reopen nominations?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, Dr. Mary Beth Yuskevich from Fresno, she wanted to be on the awards committee, not Dr. McElroy.
Okay, so now that gives us 6. Nobody had seconded your motion to start with.
I would like to.
Nobody seconded it, so it didn't happen. Okay, and I do not know how to say. At this point, are there any further nominations? Okay, hearing. And we'll you'll be voting for up to 5 people. And I'm going to ask if, we've got 2 people in the room that aren't us. So I would like to ask Mr. Dean and Mr. Dean to be tellers if they would. Yeah, so you'll go around, once everybody votes, one of the 2 of you will go around and pick up the votes from each individual voter. Don't pass them down to other people, hand them to the tellers. Then the tellers will tally and then give the results. So everybody, so the 5 nominees, or the 6 nominees are Matthew Hartwig.
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 Oh, that's what I said. Okay, Matthew Hartwig, Meredith Hayes, Victoria LaPacha.
Sure.
LaPacha. I said it like LaPacha. Araceli de los Santos and Mary Beth Iskavich. What he said. I'm sorry? Could you repeat the name? Matthew Hartwig, Hartwig. Meredith Hayes, Haysig. Victoria LaPacha, LAPAC.
I guess.
ACK.
No.
Michael Lima. Araceli de los Santos, which is Araceli de los Santos. And Mary Beth Iskavich, I do not know how to spell that.
I think it's YUSKAABHE.
There's only one Mary Beth, so oh no, don't put them in the envelope yet. Just grab them. You'll put them in the envelope after you count and do the tally on them.
Oh, I was gonna like the envelope with the double amount.
Whichever way one.
What am I doing?
Let's do the judge.
Just to point out for the record that
Wait,
actually,
actually,
what Mr. Dean is holding is more yellow than his shirt.
I like, yeah, we're just like, not react to that in the way that.
Wait, what was?
It's an orange tie. Your tie is green.
You're agreeing with, and
You're colorblind.
he thinks his shirt is yellow.
Like this little stripe.
Yeah.
There are stripes of yellow. It's yellow. I didn't hear it was initially.
He doesn't think the
That's-
bulk of it is yellow.
No, it's majority. When you look at it, the yellow pops primarily. Yeah, it pops from all the. How did this come up?
I refuse to accept the secretary's interpretation of this launch of colors. I don't believe it.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, yellow's the highest color. Who thinks it's green?
Yeah, no, that's orange.
That's colors. I think it's
It's not as kind of.
It's not like those like it does. Yeah, it's like that thing where it's like they're black, but then when it's in the light, I'm just kind of like.
Yeah, I did that. Like I got pictures of my rabbit shop. Which was good. I went back there. And then I went up. They had extra chairs, extra chairs, but they didn't have extra chairs around.
Sort of, no, so it's almost
Yeah.
primarily we don't.
That's why you learn.
So.
We're not.
And then I first started thinking, today, it was I couldn't connect to Facebook and I had trouble with my dip. So it's always something.
And yes,
Which is why we're on YouTube, which is just as well. That's actually
and yet there are birds that.
But actually, YouTube is probably the easiest guys.
We'll be heard. So actually, I have a big chicken. Yeah.
Dog water is like the nastiest thing. There's like sludge on the bottom. Yeah, you have a tumbler?
They just show up. Yeah. And stuff is like micros to get with the.
You know what? We don't actually need to wait for anything. Guys, we don't actually need to wait for this to go on to the next item. So I'm gonna go on to the next item on the agenda, which is the capital needs report, which I submitted in advance. It's pretty much self-explanatory. We did give an additional 2 donations during this period. One to Tom Nichols, $4,000. And actually they were loans, which is the way we always do it. If they have money to pay it back at the end of their pay, they do. If they don't, they just cancel it. I've given the balances. Are we ready? Do we have winners?
Sure, I give this to you then, and you can take them.
So there was one invalid vote. There was one name that didn't seem to match anybody who was on it, so we didn't count that. Otherwise, everybody voted for 5 people except one case where somebody only voted for 3. So there's 57 total.
Okay. We've got a majority either which way. So Victoria
Sorry, my hand.
Matthew Hartwig, Meredith Hayes, Victoria LaPacha, Michael Lima, and Mary Beth Sims. Yeah. Mr. Hartley received 10 votes. Ms. Hayes received 11 votes.
Hartwig, you said Hartwig.
Okay, Hartwig.
We all love Hartley. Come on.
Ms. LaPacha received 12 votes. Mr. Lima received 11 votes. Mary Beth Yuskovic received 10 votes. Populated? Or that both committees populated. So back to this, there was one change. Mr. Lima, we had given him a $1,000 loan. The original check, for some reason, wasn't received, so we replaced that check. And then he came to us, or that loan. So that check has been destroyed. So the total direct expense for candidate support is $19,000. We've had our meeting history. We've got our fundraiser tonight. That are still buying tickets at the door that have committed to coming. I don't know what the exact number that we're at, but we were at, I believe, the break-even point for the $5,000 expenditure. With the people that have already committed to paying at the door, we are at the break-even point for the monetary expenditure. I think just about everybody on this committee is coming tonight, and I'm really excited about that. We do Liberty. We have some other people that haven't been here in the past. They're actually pretty major donors. That I just met with Mr. Hewitt or Supervisor Hewitt, council person Hewitt. I think it's going to be great. We've got some auction items. There was some that didn't come to fruition, unfortunately, but I think that we've got some decent ones. A lot of alcohol. a lot of alcohol options, including bourbon that Ms. Jorgensen will be signing.
Madam Chair, what did you look at me when you said a lot of alcohol?
Because I just happened
appropriately
to,
attacked.
just because I happened to be looking at, no, I wasn't looking at us, I was looking at Mr. Edgar actually, because I know he's gonna be the big buyer.
Appropriately attacked, I like that.
Is it your middle name alcohol?
That's what the F stands for.
So, yeah, and we've got some other memorabilia that will be up for auction. I've got, and I have one thing that I want to show to Mr. Dean, because I don't know who signed it, and it's kind of cool, but I don't know who it is, and I was hoping Mr. Dean. Oh, that one, not that one. The historical guy. So that's pretty much my report. Is there any questions?
I was just gonna add, if you haven't bought a ticket, you still can, because I believe the hotel has purchased a few extra meals because we anticipated some last minute tickets coming in. And also, if you can't attend, there is a donation only ticket that you can select any amount to donate, which would be greatly appreciated by the support.
And we have gotten some of those for people that attend. So it's a good way to give to kids. Mr.
I was under the impression that Mr. Nichols had also returned his check, the loan from the CSC. Is that okay? I just thought that my initial impression was that he had passed on the loan prior to maybe for the candidacy that was going to go into the ballot, and then when he was able to fundraise that before that he didn't. Maybe he just needs to know that he needs to return the check or just not.
Well, I had spoken to him about it, and he might use that for other items like signs or things. So there was no reason to return it immediately in case he wanted to use it for other aspects. And the only way it doesn't come out is if it's not cashed in 90 days, or we put it, we say that it no longer is valid, and I haven't been made aware of it. So if you would like to, that is certainly his option. But at this moment, we've actually spent those funds. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. That will take us to the next item on the agenda, which is the Affiliate Support Committee report. And Mr. Griffin is the chair of that committee. He is not here today. However, I know that there's several other members. The report was given in advance. Does one of the other members of the Affiliate Support Committee wish to present the?
Well, I'll say something to the effect of it.
Okay, so Mr. Butts.
I'm really excited about what we've done with the Affiliate Support Committee. He's put together seminars and getting feedback from people about what kind of seminars they need. I think about every week there's an email out to the county economics committee about what more can the committee do to support you. There's been a website seminar, really talking about going through Nation Builder and showing if you knew nothing, you came out of there like being able to do a basic website. And then the rhetoric and recruiting seminar that he hosted, it was like a really great libertarianism one-on-one class. Like, wow, blew me away again. So we're going to be doing more seminars. I believe we agreed to, well, which one was it? We had a few ideas. Well, there's going to be more seminars coming up. Do you remember which ones they are, Adrian?
Not off the top of my head, I believe there are a few things. I will be hosting a recruiting.
Yeah, I think that's the next one.
That'll be the next one. And I believe that there were two other ideas that were floated out that are in my notes that I don't have access to. So I use the old-fashioned method.
Thank you. I think you handled it really good.
the handbook is pretty easy.
Yeah.
It was updated, put together, it's pretty thorough. I think the seminars that are coming out are phenomenal. And then going to what we touched on earlier is doing the website, because that's a huge part of the affiliate support as well. So that one definitely needs to be addressed big time.
I've been posting into the support handbook, emailing it out to all the county making sure that they're aware of the seminars and going to be sending out the reporting. There's about 10 people on each call. There should be a lot more, so make sure we report it out to everybody. Everybody knows about it.
Oh, and the other thing I have to add is, I mean, you all know, but Peter is like same. He's really the boy genius.
Anthony
You're
Strauss,
lucky to have him.
Anthony Strauss has also been working on libertarian businesses, kind of getting like a record of all the libertarian businesses in the state. Liberty friendly, maybe not necessarily libertarian, but they didn't make the workers wear masks, customers wear masks, lockdowns, that sort of thing. And so he's been kind of compiling a list of that.
I might just close this out by piggybacking off of Ms. Young's here. But he's been doing a fantastic job. I've been working very closely with him during the transition. I'm still helping with updating ASH, as Ms. Young pointed out. And if he's the future of the party, we can take over the world and then set it free. So continue to assist us. He goes off to university. Very generous. He really wants to see liberty in his lifetime. That's good.
There's a better chance that that's going to happen.
For most of us, this is fair.
One thing that I was
I was gonna just say, Ryan did, Adrian did your cards, business cards.
Oh, yes.
Working on design.
Yeah.
Ryan Cappy.
I totally
Cappy or Cappy?
Mr. Cappy, yeah.
Yeah.
So he helped with the business cards. I sent an email to everybody. I think Ms. Stump got business cards.
I got business cards.
They look really slick. I've handed them out at events that I've been to already. People really like them. I would encourage anyone, especially the area coordinators or anyone that does networking events or is out and about, to just order a batch. They're not very expensive, and just do it through the link. I can resend it if people are interested in that, or I can help them with that on their own. But he took some time to design them. They look very clean. They're simple, and they've gotten a lot of positive feedback, not just from members, but people when they see it and receive it. And it just makes us look like a professional organization. It gives us the opportunity to be reached out to, has our information, obviously. But yeah, they're really great. And I think that they're long overdue. And any member of the executive committee is welcome to sign up for that, help them do that in case that got buried in emails. And then hopefully the plan is to, moving forward, to be able to assist county ex-coms with having cards like that. But there are some that are in dire need of something like this, and it's nice to have some sort of uniform method to be able to get that out to people that are requested. So
I think that that's a really good idea. We did have, in the past, we've had business cards, and they were the old logo, which mine still are. I still have some.
the Statue of Liberty.
The Liberty coin.
Oh, so the really old one. Wait, it's
No.
Liberty.
It's not the really old one, it's the.
Oh,
that's
right, yeah.
So I'm glad that they've been updated, and, we've had templates in the past. Several of the officers have them. I don't know how many at large, but I think it's a great idea. And I've gone through many of them when I go to events.
Yeah, people were skeptical about their use, given now that we put the technology, but people still like business cards, salespeople or recruiters or whatever. It's still very much used. The physical stuff is still very much there, especially during networking events. So any area coordinators for sure, officers for sure, at larges as they see fit, but I think it's a bad idea for everyone to. I know we're nearing convention at this point, and people might want to wait for that instead of spending if you plan on attending events between.
And the one thing I wanted to just mention during the affiliate support committee is something that we've done this time, which was the arguments. I think it would be really great if the affiliate support committee especially kind of got behind talking to the counties, I can go into how you can do these arguments. But one of the things that would be really helpful is if the different counties were going to or listening to the meetings of the school boards, of the cities, of the ones that are putting all these tax measures on as we go along, so that we don't have to count on going to the registrars to get what's already been passed. Like, as a for instance, in Long Beach, I'm in Long Beach, that's where I live. I've been following the school board who put a ballot measure for $1.7 billion on the ballot when they just had one for $1.5 billion in 2016. And I've been following that. So because Los Angeles was really late in putting up, well, they never put up the argument or the measures.
My county was like outside the wall. Like
right. I had to actually contact them after the fact. I finally got it out.
They had us.
Right, but what I'm saying is that one of the things that we can do, even starting now for 2024, is have train the counties to start paying attention to what's happening in their municipalities. Because to do it on the state level is very difficult. There's 58 counties. If the counties are looking at what's going on in their counties at the city level, at the special district level, and seeing what's being passed, they'll know the resolutions that are going to be passed. So you've got a heads up before it's actually there, and you can know what dates, especially like the cities, they don't follow the law. So some of those arguments needed to be submitted by the beginning of July. That on is something to start looking forward to now, so that they can start getting ready for 2024, because it's a good outreach for us. And time is up.
May I extend time by 2 minutes? I motion to extend time, move to extend time by 2 minutes. Seconded.
Moved by Mr. Malagon, seconded by Mr. Butts. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Mr. Malagon?
So, Madam Chair, if you would be, we're looking to the last meeting that I was a part of, we were discussing, as Mr. Butts was saying, seminar topic and stuff. If you would be willing to do that for counties, especially since we're kind of right into election season, to do kind of a webinar on the general stuff that you did and go into depth with discuss your report to anyone that's willing to show up to that, and then record it, and we can have that as part of, we're going to link everything, put it in the drive, so that people that are interested in these specific things at the county level gets coordinators. So I can have Mr. reach out, and we're always looking for more material. And these are being well attended. I think the first 2 seminars that he's done, I've had about, double digits for both of them. It helps to be recorded and people know that they can access them later. But I think more people show up in real time, especially if they have questions. And this would be a big one for people to know in real time to kind of get prepped for 2024.
No, absolutely. Because I think that really is the key. We did it kind of last minute this year, but
and it was really interesting to learn about a lot of the stuff. Just being involved as we worked on it, it was really eye-opening to kind of see this, and we get to fight our favorite enemy, which is the state. So that was very fun.
And we got press on some of this, and I got an opinion piece published and got interviewed. So yeah, it's a good outreach. Yeah, I think it is, and I think that if we start early enough, I don't know that we can get them in, but we could also look toward trying to get arguments in on the statewide ballot issues. But it's something to look forward to. So I just thought that I'd throw that out there. Is there anything else we can get somewhere? Hearing none, we'll go to the next item on the agenda, which is the bylaws committee report, and that would be Mrs. Spirit.
So I'm not going to take anywhere near 10 minutes. I sent out the report. It's pretty simple. Pretty much we're just looking along the meeting as needed. If anyone wants to submit any suggestions for us to go over, proposals for us, whatnot, feel free, of course, email us. But yeah, we're just continuing work. If any other committee member wants to add to this year, I think that's about it.
And your initial deadline is, I believe, November 15th. Right. Any questions for, yes, Mr. Allen?
Not so much a question as a general comment, because we discussed San Luis Obispo earlier. They had initially requested, it was San Luis Obispo or Monterey? Or Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz.
Oh, never mind.
To move from
Yeah, never
central
mind.
to northern.
Yeah, so I was wondering if that was going to be affected by, I get that The coast is all the same. Okay, so sorry, apologies.
Yeah, Santa Cruz is.
Confused Santa Cruz with slow. Yeah, never mind.
Santa Cruz is heavily indicated that they want to join. That we have very simple communication. The county gives me like bullet points that they have a meeting on this day. That's where they are communication. But they work a lot with Alameda County. That was the thing.
Yeah, that would be a bylaws.
I have attended several Santa Cruz, when I was initially elected as at large, I started reaching out to Santa Cruz, and they made it clear that they feel a stronger affiliation with the Bay Area, which is part of the northern. And actually 40% of Santa Cruz residents travel over to Santa Clara County to work, so there's a much stronger political, geographical, and cultural affiliation with the Bay Area. And there's a great divide politically and culturally with Monterey, so they feel no affiliation with their neighboring county to the south. So which is why they asked me to advocate on their behalf.
Well, this would be something that would go to the delegates convention.
Yeah.
So I guess the question is, do you have a bylaws amendment that's going to be on the report?
We have.
Regarding this?
We have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's on the report and it would be the delegates convention, so I would say that you need to start advocating to the delegates convention.
So just to be clear, the only reason I even brought this up, and I apologize, I confused Santa Cruz with slow, and I thought that maybe given their shift, they might want to reconsider that. That might be something that should be in the report later on. If they don't want to do that, but two different counties, coast is all the same to me. It's geographist, whatever the term is.
Anything else for the actual bylaws?
So all the bylaws that you're working on are. I haven't had a chance.
It's not until November 15th.
That's
the one that's moving.
Yeah, so I mean, if you have different suggestions, I know that the report in the minutes, especially, it talks about all the different ones that have been adopted for the report right now, because, or will likely be on the report. The bylaws committee will ultimately, they'll order that and they'll figure out how they're going to present it at convention. But you can look through that to see what they've done so far and see if there's a need for some other bylaws amendment that you'd like to suggest to them to consider the report.
Okay.
Open to suggestions.
Anything else for the bylaws? Hearing none, that leads us to the Historical Preservation Committee and Mr. Keaton's here as chairman.
Thank you. So I did submit a written report for anybody who had a chance to read it. I just want to highlight 3 activities that we engaged in. First is 2 of the members of the committee have undertaken an ongoing project of doing interviews of various activists, basically people who have been active in the past, to gather information, get their comments on things, and find out about more of the history of what they were involved in. And the primary results, work product of this is an edited transcript of the actual interview. And then secondarily, we will be going through that text to filter out various facts that will then go into other parts of how that person was involved in. And they've conducted 2 such interviews so far. And the general plan is to do these approximately once a month. And we have constructed a list of categories of people that we think are most important to interview. And we also have a list of specific people who might be good to interview, independent of what category. Sometimes there are people who are really active in general, but they didn't have some glorious title. We still want to know about those people. So if you have any suggestions of people who you think would be really important that we might miss, please submit that. Let us know. The second activity is we are on a long-term quest to recover the newsletters that were put out by local organizations, by the county organization, or in the past they were called region organizations. And this is turning out to be much harder than expected, because apparently that whoever kept copies of these things hasn't been willing to come forward yet. We did make a little bit of progress. We now have a total of 3 counties, 3 regions, for which we have extended series of issues, multi-year series. Those are Santa Clara, which we've had that for a long time, and now we've added East Bay, which at the time was Alameda and Contra Costa combined, and San Mateo County. So for those 3 counties, we now have pretty extensive collections, but for the last 2, they don't go back to the beginning. Actually, the Santa Clara didn't go back to the very beginning. So we will be still looking for those, but mostly what we need is some sources for the newsletters from other counties. You might notice the 3 counties I mentioned are all in the north. And yet there's a lot of people in the south. I know, from back when I first joined this party, that San Diego are sub-regions. So far, we have not run across anybody who claims to have collections of those, except Gail Lightfoot has some, but she's not actually quantified it yet, for one of the regions in Los Angeles. So please help us with that. If you know anybody in your county who kept those things, we'd like to speak. And the third activity is every one of our committee members, we have 5 people on the committee, is now kind of taken on the assignment of going through some set of newsletters systematically, reading through them, every issue, cover to cover, looking for things that are relevant historically, things that we can incorporate into the records in LPD, the chart of the tables and the text articles. And we have one person who's going to be going through the state newsletters, and one person who's going to be going through LP News, the national LP News, looking for anything that has to do with California. And then the other 3 are going to each start going through one of the county newsletters for which we have a series. Obviously, that's going to take a long time, but again, that's limited by how many newsletters we actually have. So if you've got, if you want your county to be represented in our elected history, it would be really good if we could get those newsletters, if anybody saved them. And we could also use help with this process of going through and reading them. That's going to take a long time too. And you can even combine those if you can find 10 years worth of your county's newsletters, and you'd also like to volunteer to read through them and put them into an organized form, that would be great. So what we're doing for those ones is we're setting up kind of a procedure that we're going to all follow, where we, for each issue, keep track of what we found, and in some cases, depending on the structure of the newsletter, that may result in something like a table of contents with a volume. And we're also going to try, when we find some unique fact that wasn't documented anywhere else, we're going to try to put links back from the articles, basically bibliographic references saying, where it says so-and-so ran for this office, and we have no evidence of that anywhere else. Put a footnote saying that was in LPC Monthly, this issue. So that's what we're doing. We'd love to have your help in the areas that I mentioned. Any questions?
Any questions for this historical preservation?
Would you be able to give us, I don't mean right now, but, or can't, you don't want to, but would you be able to give us a list of names of people you contacted or you're trying to contact? I have a couple people in mind, I just don't want to.
Or finding newsletters?
Yeah, we're needing historical stuff. I have a couple people in mind, I just don't want to put their names out there, but, in case they're spoken with, like, for your interviews and things.
The interviews thing is, it's on our page on Elpedia.
Okay.
There's a list of the categories. It's things like, see the person you have in mind is already listed.
Okay, awesome.
Who we've contacted for trying to find newsletters, that we don't really have any memory of that. So we're just kind of, okay, whoever we think of, and we try talking to them.
Any other questions for the historical preservation?
Okay, thank you.
I would like to thank you guys for doing such a good job. I'm glad that you finally have a full committee, and it sounds like everybody's working really hard on it. So
thank you for finding me.
The financial standards committee report. Mr. McGear sent that report in advance. I was not contacted, but he wanted to present it. I think it's fairly straightforward because everybody had a chance to look at that. And from it, are there any additional questions that could possibly be answered? So essentially they've been looking at, and they have some ideas, and I think these are all things that we talked about kind of extensively previous. So if there's nothing on that, is there anything on that? Hearing none, that'll take us to the next item on the agenda. Our long lunch may not have slow us down. The next item on the agenda is the Communications and Media Committee.
A lot of the report is fairly straightforward, especially regarding the beacon. We had a slightly higher click rate with the election issue in September, which went out a few weeks ago. We seem to be averaging in the 20 percentile for people opening up to read it. But the click rate really jumped up in September because we did have a lot of the links for people to read the full list of voter recommendations by county. We did have one committee member resign, Sasha Martinez, and then who was replaced by Gabriel Reykjavik at an executive committee meeting in August. He has yet to join on the Discord, but I have been trying to reach out to get him included. We did redo the rules for the internal business communication for the internal business state and county affiliates and California candidates. If you have a beef with something national or New Hampshire or Virginia or some other state saying stick with these rules. Everybody is kind of chipping in to be vigilant. I've included the analytics for Twitter and Instagram as additional additional attachments for those who want to review the more finer details of that. The other thing is I was remiss in including coverage that received during this past report. The other thing we did receive coverage on was the Independent, which is an independent weekly newspaper in Livermore, on the Livermore schools running for Assembly District 8 received a small blurb where his candidate statement was the coverage for GB Wire, Greater Valley Wire, which is an online news, and East Bay Times gave some very light coverage to Michael Lima on his Hayward campaign. They did not endorse him, but they did give him some slight praise and said with time he would be a good candidate to add to council. And then since I submitted the report, a couple other things have dropped in coverage as well. Coverage of Michael Lima speaking at the U.S. Hornet event today in the Alameda Sun, and then the Fresno Bee looks like they published your opinion piece that the Fresno Bee was misstating the argument for the Measure C on their coverage.
Yeah, and just as a note on that, that originally ran a print version on, I think, the 13th. And I was searching online for it and couldn't find it, so I called the opinion editor last week, and I said, I can't find it. And he said, oh, well, sometimes it gets put in different places. He looked, and they had never published it on there. So he published it on the 22nd online. So it actually got 2 publications at this point. Yeah, and it was kind of good timing because now that it just got published, there had been additional coverage since then of the court case.
Yeah, I have Google News alerts for the state party and a few of the candidates, and the coverage from the Fresno Bee of your opinion piece finally popped up in my Google alerts yesterday.
So that's because it hadn't been published online at the same time it was published in print.
but actually that works out.
So, I'll be sure to, put a coverage section in my future reports. But it has been a rarity that we get any coverage at all.
We got a lot of Fresno.
This past quarter, we've gotten a fair
Well,
amount.
especially in Fresno. And I'm writing an op-ed that will be in the Southern Area News Group in the next week or two. So that should pop in as well. And then you and I still have to work on it for Halloween.
Yes. And then, the rest of if you've read the report, the rest is self-explanatory.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the communications and media?
Just thank you for helping the membership committee out. Drive and cancel. Drive.
Hopefully this membership drive will be a little bit more successful than the candidate support mini trial.
And I actually, on a point on that, I sent an email, but for future ones of these, if you contact me, I can set you up a special link so that we can track people that actually click on that link to get to our website. And we can also set up codes, like coupon codes, where people get a penny off or something like that for joining with that coupon code.
I'm going to be working with the candidate support committee again for another drive later this year.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if when we do these, we can set up special links and special codes that would give us more analytics. Yeah.
$25 a month, which was pretty good.
Yeah, there was that. Yes.
So that it only met 10% full, but it was better than nothing.
Any further questions for communications and media? Okay, hearing none. That takes us to the next item. And by the way, Simon has not texted to say she's in a better self. So the next item on the agenda is the 2023 convention committee report. Ms. Christopher sent that in advance. I'm sure you've all had a chance to look at that. I know that we do have one member of that committee, Mr. Minnelletti. Is there anything you'd like to talk about as far as the report or the convention committee?
I don't think so. I looked at the report. Ms. Christopher covered everything pretty thoroughly. I could help answer any questions or anything those come up.
I'll just kind of note two things on here. One, I had mentioned earlier, which is we've so far only sold 2 tickets, each of which was at $125. So we're at $250 income toward this next convention. So I'm going to be sending out an email after this meeting to ca.lp.org/convention. You can buy your tickets at the lower rate. They will be going up. Also, Ms. Christopher and myself will be, we've basically got a template, but we're going to be sending out the donorship letters, which we typically send out at about this time of year. And that's where we get extra money for things like reception and things that we pay for, because we don't increase our package prices above really the break-even point because it's for party business, but we do like to have other things like the reception. So so those things are happening, and they're happening on the same basic time of the year that Galveston does. And Mr. Maladon, I see your hand kind of going up.
Yes, so I was also added to the committee as of recent. Thanks, Ms. Christopher. First of all, just had 2 quick things that we've discussed since then. We are planning on having a type of fundraiser, perhaps something else with that, and that should be really fun. That's just a little bit of a moneymaker for convention. We might do a trial run at the next XCOM meeting as part of the fundraiser there in December, so we'll see. In addition to that, given that Spike Cohen, Dave Smith, and Justin Amash will be there, we're looking to have a forum, perhaps with 3 of them, Q&A session at convention, which should be a good driving force for the future of the LP. So we're working on those things, and some particulars that are unconfirmed, such as the comedy fundraiser with Dave Smith and Luke Perez, and then possible private dinners. We might be starting festivities as early as Thursday.
Tell me, I knew that you were like advisory on that. She did tell me to add you, so I'll make sure that's on the website as well. But now that I'm looking at her report, she sure enough has written those. I will get that fixed, and we can talk more about the vision that we for sure will have 2 other possible candidates at that convention, so we might want to look at that for president.
Oh.
Any questions, Mr. Is there any objection to hearing from Mr. Bean? Hearing none, Mr. Bean?
It's not actually about the vital to the live stream. You might want to address its power needs. It says 5%.
Oh, it was plugged in. Thank you. I'm glad that you noticed that because that is very, very critical to the live stream. And somehow it got unplugged, so that is a bad thing.
Oh, it's supposed to be good.
Let's fix that very quickly. And
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're live again. Okay. We're back online. Yeah, we're still in 5 minutes, but we're back online. And the other side Palm Springs. That's like.
We want to actually keep it safe.
Yeah.
President's Day weekend in Palm Springs is always busy. But yeah, San Diego.
are we back?
Yes, we are streaming again.
Okay. We're still at East for.
Can I go ahead and ask a quick question then while we're at East?
Sure.
You say that the proposal needs to be able to meet the needs, is there a list of the needs?
I was going to get to that after, but she mentioned, yes, there are needs. And there's a very specific list of needs.
Okay, if that list exists, then that would be.
Which I will, yeah, and I was going to mention basically, you know, I'm not going to go through the full list during this meeting.
Of course, yeah.
But anybody that wishes to put forth a proposal.
But the full list, it's going to be in San Diego, then everybody has to work on it.
We basically have, what we have is we have
Riverside Mission.
we have a contract template, which we use, and I can send, if you look at the contract that we have for these different years, it shows you basically the size of the rooms that we need and things like that. It varies a little bit from time to time, so we'll, you know, we can see, but it's like we have to have a business room that seats at this point 220. We used to do 180. That's not enough. But yeah, there's specific things that I can share and yeah. But it's really important that we make sure that, you know, it's not just the let's do it here kind of idea, because that never works out well. And of course we always start pre-selling tickets, which actually I should have mentioned, we have one pre-sale for 300 at the last convention. That's a little event, so actually it's $525, not $225.
Hey, you got the San Diego Convention Center with the Marriott attached to it. So I went to a New Year's Eve ball there at the convention center.
We need to be somewhere kind of near downtown, so it's not like a particular. Otherwise, we'd have that right in Oceanside.
Yeah.
To make life easy for me. Right in Oceanside. Right in Oceanside.
But
have it
Yeah,
patches.
the convention center's like right there, boom.
Yeah.
It's right there, coffee.
There's a, I went to a convention at Sheridan, walking distance. It's a nice hotel.
Oh, that is
Had
nice.
big convention space.
I know of it.
I want to say it's a Sheridan. Because I remember I walked to touch my phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's such an easy.
It was kind of a walk
Yeah,
with a
I love it.
suitcase. That was cheap.
I've flown into it.
If you pay extortion to TSA to get your pre-check, like it's just, you can literally just show up in like flip flops and walk out your home.
Ontario is too, but the other one, I don't know how cool it is, or something like that. Like, I think it's, I was thinking something. The problem is that, I know it's too far out.
That was my only
Say no to a meeting.
Guys, so like, it's not being done.
Well, we have.
They from the Russian River Valley.
A big, we have worked our stuff. Seriously. Alright. Well, what's out, okay, so look at, I'm not talking about the vineyard in my backyard. I'm talking about the house, and they have anything out there.
Math.
I was gonna say no.
The actual house.
Oh, it depends on where you go. I mean, it's, if we were to do it in San Diego, how to get it like.
You have to do it like in the.
It's San Diego.
In the
Airport's downtown.
I'm gonna do any purpose, you need to switch it to.
But one thing about downtown, I think this is right on the water too, so. That's also really cool.
And we can use that as part of the streets that we are meant to.
I mean, there's a lot of really good guys that are just the airport.
Let's talk about it much, right? One of the biggest ways of choosing a location, one of the main things we've always talked about is how easy is it to get to flying it out.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, I may propose for Oakland because we have Oakland Airport, it's literally, we have a tram that hooks up to BART, and BART, there's a BART station, literally right at the Oakland Convention Center too.
Dude, I was really nice to have them in Oakland. Like, I saw a fight start on the BART.
Yeah.
I know, like, just, and I really find that. No.
The other thing is, in San Mateo, there's some really good convention hotels right there at the hotel. Yeah, the one right at, 92.1. The one that's Ramada, and then the other one is by Interior. That's on that's on the there's a freeway in the bay.
Plus hours.
Okay. I know, I can picture it, but I can't think of
Yeah,
it. The Ramada, I've never heard. That's where all the, flight attendants, all the staff.
Big Pond, Memorial Day weekend, they call that.
It took me like a second to realize it was happening.
Well, I did it first. Okay, everybody, we're gonna come out of being at ease. So just for those, we lost our stream for a minute, so where we cut out was the 2024 convention. We will be deciding on the location of the 2024 convention at our December meeting. And so we will be putting out a call for proposals. And there's certain, so anybody that wants to do this, contact me. we have basically a list of the things that we need. It has to be able to have a decent room night rate for our members. We need to have certain size rooms for the business, for the meals. We have to have a place for the Friday night reception, a place for the Saturday night banquet. This will likely be a 3-day convention because in presidential years we have a lot more things to do, like presidential straw and also national delegation. And so we did it 4 days in 2020 that worked out. I mean, 3 days in 2020 that worked out really, really well. So anybody that wants to do a proposal, contact me and I can get you the parameters of what you're looking for. When you call the hotels, you want to look to make sure they have our dates, that they have our sizes. We're not going to be signing any contracts, but if it sounds promising, ask them to put a hold and they will, typically because we're so far out. And that's how you do that. Any questions on that? Mr. Malloy.
Is there a limit to how many bids or what's in this process? I've never been involved in this.
Well, the executive committee votes on which is going to be the location. The more the better, you know, I mean, it's like in anything, you know, and let the hotels know that we're reaching out to multiple venues because that may either do one of two things, make them want to work with us more or make them not want to work with us. And if they don't want to work with us, that's not someplace that we want to be. Usually they do because our conventions typically are a good amount of money, especially for a 3-day convention. They make money. So.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
We'll be doing a first come, first serve. I know that you're a big fan of just whoever gets the proposal first is kind of just the winner arbitrarily.
I am not the restaurant industry.
Wanted to double check. I didn't know here.
Last time I checked, I wasn't the restaurant industry. And actually, apparently, Memorial County does that as well because the lawyer on the other side noted that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
That lawyer was really not great. And it's a huge, high-priced law firm in Los Angeles, downtown. Okay, anything else on that? Seeing nothing, that will take us to the next item on the agenda, which is candidate endorsements. I believe we only had one candidate come forward that was wishing endorsement. I believe, Mr. Butts, that was somebody you had been working with. So would you like to?
Yes. He's on standby, I believe. I can call him now. But do I make a motion first? So he can speak to the endorsement.
Yes.
Should I call him first? Make the motion first.
You can make the motion, and just so everybody knows, Carrie Eiler can come on anytime in the next 10 minutes. It started at.
She just texted me and said she can go.
Okay, she can go whenever. So if you'd like to make your motion, we can do her first after. So.
Yes, I'd like, so, James Berg, he's running for mayor in, Solano County. I can't quite pronounce the name. Susan City. And, he was running as a no party preference. He was involved in, the long haul movement back in 2012. Voted libertarian last election. He has really joined the party. After I got in contact with him via the vice chair of the Monterey affiliate. They're friends. So hopefully his race will help Solano County struggling to brand new. Yeah, I'll make the motion to endorse James Berg for mayor of Sioux City.
And just as a note, he is now a registered libertarian. He is now a member of the state.
Yes.
So he was no party preference, but that is changed.
Yes, he sent me screenshots that I share.
Yeah.
He said to give them to this. He's also at a campaign. So.
Okay, well, let's do this first. So a motion's been made by Mr. Butts to endorse Mr. Berg. Is there a second?
A second?
Okay, seconded by Ms. Butts. We would go into discussion, but we've got to wait like 2 minutes to get him on here if we have questions. But is there any discussion prior to him?
I spoke with him briefly on the phone, and he's not a libertarian lately. His heart has been libertarian for quite a while, so it's not kind of like a convenient flip where he's looking for opportunity.
And I'll just throw in, typically running as a libertarian as a flip doesn't give them extra opportunity. So.
That can't be.
No,
That's only worked
I mean,
out.
it's a nonpartisan race, and typically running as a libertarian is not necessarily a positive. So if he wants to run as a libertarian, I think that's fabulous, but I don't think he would be doing it to get that extra push, you know.
Does anyone know Mr. Berg's stances on anything, or have they met him? Just out of curiosity. Outside of, it seems that Ms. Steph has spoken with him on the phone,
Yeah,
Mr. Butts has as well. Anybody outside of?
I just simply read his email.
Okay, that was the one I sent to office, right? I think that's what he thought. Okay, just curious.
I know nothing more about him, but I do know that Mr. Butts is the one. Because it was Mr. Butts that actually brought him to my attention initially, other than that. Any further discussion before we get him on the phone for any questions? No? Okay. Okie dokie. I do, and it would probably help.
Hey, James, you ready? All right.
Can you put him on speaker?
Can
you turn it up a little
say
bit?
hi so you can see if everybody can hear you. Can everybody hear him okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So we just made the motion to endorse you. So tell us a little bit about yourself, why you're running for office,
And why you're seeking our endorsement.
and why you're seeking our endorsement, and some issues that you care about. I guess that would go into why you're running.
Okay. You might have to remind me of the border stuff that I'll start out so about me. So I am a small business owner in Sioux City, as well as a homeowner. I ship 2 homes. So I've been in business for 6 years, here since 2010. I've been pretty active in educating myself in the political system, whether it's local, national, or federal. And I've attended council meetings and other city items since I've been here. And if I don't go, I check the agenda just to see what's going on, make sure not to get stepped on or liberties are getting crushed or anything. So with that being said, when I started my business, I had the opportunity to be on the Bids Improvement District as a board member and camp president for a while. I ended up leaving boards and different business outside of the district boundaries.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Is that as loud as it'll go?
So I need to speak up more.
Yeah, my phone's a little quiet.
Okay. What's the last thing you heard?
We heard it, it's just kind of quiet.
Yeah, everybody heard it. It was just a little quiet.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, I forgot where I left off here. So, with my business, I got some experience with city officials and everything, with the business improvement district, kind of figure out who's who, things like that. But in the last few years, especially since the pandemic started, I've noticed that our city is becoming very irresponsible as far as being clean, taking care of our citizens, cleanliness, crime, safety. The biggest concern for me is our city's direction financially. We're heavily reliant on government grants, short-term funding, which is not a good recipe for long-term. And we are a small city, about 29,000 people. two lots within the last 2 years that are not going to bring any positive revenue toward the city, which is very disturbing to me. And it's with this current administration and the prior administration, they're both connected. So there's a number of things that have pushed me towards running as a candidate. And my main goal is to get people involved at a grassroots level, wake them up, get them involved into the city politics, just protecting their rights essentially. I'm a big believer that our government is too big, it's had too much power, and it needs to be scaled back quite a way, so we can have the businesses, kind of accelerate the economy as it should, in my belief. So with that, I'm a very strong believer in libertarian policies. I've always been independent, I've often on registered other parties, but just to vote for the best candidate. I've always been a libertarian at heart. Just kind of had with the whole Gary Johnson thing, kind of left an ugly taste. A lot of libertarians mouth, but now that things seem to be turning the corner, I'm a little more re-energized. My friend Chris Kramer, he's out of Monterey. He referred me to Matt. We got in touch, and things just kind of redeveloped as far as my interest. So I've been studying up on the libertarian platform and where years ago, and I'm kind of re-energized. Get some momentum.
Okay, so I think that that's good. I think that now we can go to some questions. I actually do have one question myself, which is, how many people are running for this position?
So it's 2 people running for mayor. My opposition is currently the vice mayor, pro tem mayor, who's acting. Our previous mayor left for Sacramento through kind of, in my opinion, kind of scandalous setup. So the Assembly 11 district here where we live, Jim Frazier was the Assembly member, and he quit a year early for unknown reasons. And then the next day, the mayor at the time said she was going to run, and he endorsed her and held a special election, which costs our county $1.3 million. They passed the deadline so fast that no one could enter their name in. And I was considering it, but I got an email from the county elections asking for volunteers in a special election, and I was like, what? So anyway, that being said, she recruited the vice mayor who's right now acting, and it's just more of the same policies that are going to be going forward. So it's just, I think I have a really good chance. I've been out canvassing, obviously, and I've got support from all three sides. Independents, Democrats, Republicans, pushing for me. So I think I have a really good chance where she's heavily supported by the Democrat side.
Mr. Burr, please wait one moment. We're at time, so. Okay, it's been moved to extend time by 5 minutes, seconded by, was that Mrs. Screen? Any objection? Hearing none, okay. And just so that answered my question, so it's just you and the basic incumbent who's currently sitting as a pro tem. You said that you have broad support. Are you running an active campaign? Do you have a campaign team?
I'm sorry, kind of cutting out.
So you're running, it's a two-way race, you're running against the incumbent who's the pro tem. You said you have a very active campaign and you're getting support from a broad range. Do you have a team? Do you have a campaign manager and a team behind you?
No, I'm grassroots. I have people helping me with, my tools, things like that, my website. I don't have actually a campaign manager team. I've been doing it all.
Okay, and is there other questions for Mr. Berg?
Mr. Berg, as a small business owner, how do you feel about COVID restrictions or pending potential future mandates? How would you deal with that if you were elected mayor?
So it's a source of the dimension. I'm also a frontline worker. I'm a respiratory therapist, and I currently work for diem at the University of California, San Francisco Children's Hospital in San Francisco. So I saw what was going on in the front line, but what actually was happening versus what the media was telling propaganda. And then I saw firsthand how businesses are being affected with the mandates and going to the city right now. And I have a lot of connections with other city members who are active, but the businesses that are closed, shut down, and ones that can apply to the team and all restrictions, the ones that some other stuff in our government, overreaching. So any future restrictions, I'm gonna be my education, see, my research, make sure, you know, you're telling us the truth, which usually it's not, unfortunately. And then I'm gonna proceed, carefully, but I'm gonna push your, business freedom, you know, as you need, as long as you're not harming other people.
So would you, just to be clear, so if there were mandate recommendations from the CDC or any public health official in the future, whether it be in Solano County or the state of California, would you support those mandates or would you allow businesses to do what they deem is appropriate for their circumstances?
I would be leaning towards letting the businesses make the educated decision on their own premise. As mayor, I would go the extra mile to make sure what the CDC and other agencies are saying is legit as well. I do a lot of research. I go past headlines. I read the medical journals. I read all that stuff to make an educated decision.
Would you punish or fine any business that refused to close down, whether or not you believe that they should?
I would not. I think that would hinder any productivity in their part in any future bids that would look to be coming here and expand or start up.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions?
Yeah, just a quick question. What 2 or 3 policy outcomes are most important for you to accomplish by the end of your administration?
So right now, the biggest thing for our city that I get a lot of complaints about is city cleanliness and the lack of criminal code enforcement and a lot of the setbacks of homelessness. I feel our city very sure now doesn't have the desire or passion to get people on the right path, and they almost incentivize homelessness. That's something I'd like to reverse the trend. I realize the homeless situation is very touchy, especially here in California, and it's not a short-term solution to it. It took generations to get where we're at. Homelessness will take generations to get off. If we can start now, changing our culture at the home level, get a good family out of Core Valley one again, and make sure that we're just being good people, essentially. I think that's a big object, and I think that can be turned around as long as we can help change that city hall and police department. The other thing that I would really like to push in the city is our budget and where we're trending. Right now is not in a good direction. Like I said, we're really relying on grants and short-term funding. I would like to take advantage of our empty lots, develop some good tax income, and be more self-sufficient. And grants and stuff where I see
Excuse me. Yeah, we need to extend time again for any further questions. It's been moved by Mr. Malagon, seconded by Ms. Tewksbury to extend time by an additional 5 minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, time has been extended. Mr. Ham, did you get answers to all of your questions or did you have an additional?
Yeah, so it sounds like kind of like the 3 big policy outcomes are, is it public safety, fiscal responsibility, and addressing homelessness sustainably? Thank you.
How much money have you raised so far for your campaign?
Officially, I've done some self-funded loans, so I would say I'm like at $3,600. So that's a very low budget campaign.
And that's all your money. That's all your money right now.
I would say 94% of it is yes.
Okay. And my only question on that is he's got over $2,000 because he's done all of the proper committees and things like that.
Have you, since you've gone over the $2,000, have you filled out all the proper forms with the what was it, FPC?
Well, it would be the FPPC and also the city clerk.
So officially, I'm waiting for my big check to clear, so I'm going to submit that this week. I wait for the check to clear to officially qualify, so I have not submitted. Because I'm
So the 410, you'll be submitting this week. Okay.
Correct. What's the win number for this race?
Do you know how many votes you need to win?
Historically, for mayor, it's around 2,000 to 2,500 votes.
2,000 to 2,500 votes.
Yeah, so Cincinnati has 29,000 people, about 18,000 are registered voters, and the turnout is usually around 8,000 to 9,000.
You've definitely done your research.
Actually, though, that leads me to a question. If it's 2,500 and there's 8,000 turnout, in a two-way race, it requires a majority.
Probably.
That would be over 4,000.
Yeah, it would be over 4,000, but historically, it's been that past with local candidates.
Okay, so in the past, it's mostly been local candidates.
Right, but in this particular case,
This one, it would have to be.
It would have to be a majority, so if there's 8,000, it would be over 4,000. Got it.
Okay.
Math is my friend. Is there further questions for Mr. Burton? It doesn't look like there's any other questions, Mr. Burke, so thank you very much for your time. You can stay on the phone if you'd like for the vote, but there's no other questions from the committee at this time.
Okay, perfect. I'll stick to the vote and communicate later.
Okay, sounds good. All right, is there further discussion on the motion to endorse? Seeing none, this will take 10 votes for endorsement. Even though we've got less people here, it still makes sense. So, can the secretary please take the roll?
All right, we'll start with Mr. Malcolm.
Pass.
Steve?
Pass.
Pass. I will vote yes. Mr. Glenn. I'll stop. I'll go with people who vote.
That usually helps.
Mr. Butts?
Aye.
Ms. Stone?
Yes.
Ms. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Halsted?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Patrick?
Yes.
Mr. Minnelli?
Yes.
Ms. Tewksbury?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Ham?
Aye.
I'll go back to you, Mr. Malcolm.
Aye.
What is the vote?
The vote is 12-0.
The motion passes. The chair will not vote.
You have officially endorsed James.
You are now endorsed.
Went over just a few minutes ago.
And also, if you could please email. Wait,
One more thing.
one more thing. If you could please email to, one moment. If you could please email to webmaster and share@ca.lp.org a photo and bio so that we can keep it up on the website, that would be fabulous. And if you have a website of your own, be sure to add that into the bio.
And I will be reaching out to him to promote him on social media.
Yeah.
So I'll send you the email address.
Thank you very much.
Picture and a short bio.
And contact information.
Contact information.
And a candidacy.
Well, that would be.
Well, we're.
All right.
Okay,
Have a good day.
perfect, thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. There were no other endorsements, correct? That was the only one?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Tyler eagerly awaits her call.
I know, I've been testing with
Yeah,
her
she
myself.
does.
So, I told her it would be no more than 5 minutes and then time not extended, so, sorry. Okay, so, I am going to make a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to go back to the LNC report. I'm making that motion myself. Is there a second? It was seconded by Mr. Maladon first, because that's what I heard. Is there any objection? Hearing none, I am going to call Ms. Lambert. I know she's sitting in a car while her kids and her husband are eating dinner. Hello, sorry about that. Everything got extended, but I know you're not eating while everybody else is, but hello. Ms. Eiler is our LNC Region 4 representative, and she submitted a report. Ms. Eiler, go for it.
Hello, my brothers and sisters in Liberty. I hope everybody's doing well, and I apologize for not being there in person. I would have loved to, but I just paid for the travel for the next LNC in-person meeting, which is going to be November 5th through 6th in Austin, Texas. And I thought, you know what? was doling out funds, so for ballot access, for candidates. We are doing just a lot of support since it is an election cycle. So a lot of money went out for that. You can see that in my report if you'd like details on where the money went. What's another fun thing we did? Let's see. Oh, Defend the Guard, HJ Res 87, to kind of end the involvement in Yemen and force Congress to actually declare war before they continue waging war, especially in Yemen. We passed a resolution in support of that. I just wanted to say thank you to the team in California who's doing social media, because I did see that you posted about that as well. So the more the whole party post about it, hopefully the more people will call, and the more likely will be to influence Congress to actually get that passed. Another fun thing we did at our in-person meeting in DC or Virginia, July 30th and 31st. One of the things that they talked about that was interesting was migrating Razor's Edge. If you guys don't know what Razor's Edge is, that's like a separate database software that they were using for fundraising. So the development department would use that. So they talked about that, and then they talked about something you are aware of because you would use it, which is their other database of membership and all of the other data. So they're going to be kind of merging it and bringing the capabilities from Razor's Edge into what we already have in-house. So it's basically going to end up adding another function to what the database already does. So now it's also going to work with fundraising. So that's pretty exciting that they're going to be working on that. Their goal is to get it done before the end of the year. Another thing we did was to approve the contract for a communications director. I get to work with Reed pretty much every day in my support of the communications. I've been helping with graphics, and that's probably about 2 to 4 hours of work a day that I do in graphics production for the LNC on the social media advisory committee. Another one we did was Brian Elliott was chosen as LNC assistant treasurer, and let me see what else. We had another meeting on September 11th. I just wanted to say thank you to the meeting. Whenever there are kind of controversial votes that are coming up, I just wanted to thank you for your willingness to always talk with me about it so I can get your perspective and get a better idea of what the state feels about these different issues. You're just so helpful in helping me to vote properly on the issues regarding Idaho. And then again, with New Mexico, these things are very touchy subjects that I really appreciate help. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Welcome.
Does anybody have any questions about what we're doing or anything that has been done or saw in the report?
Any questions for Ms. Eiler?
I have a question not relating to the report.
Okay.
Ms. Eiler, what did your family order you for dinner that you're missing out on at this moment doing?
Well, it was steak, because we're outside of a Texas roadhouse. I'm staring at it right now, but they ordered for me, so there will be food waiting, and that's going to be my first meal of the day. Because we went down to Fallbrook, because there's a really cool group of people who are striving to be self-sufficient, and they wanted to learn more about the Libertarian Party, and they have these monthly meetups where they barter. And because of the way they've structured it as a private membership organization, they can sell raw milk to the members of this organization. So they're finding ways around. So I'm like, oh my goodness, these people have to learn more about the Libertarian Party. So I finally went to one of their bartering events. My son and my husband had a little business with gold and silver coins. So they ended up trading with people bartering for various things, their gold and silver, and for other things. They were bartering for haircuts, all this really cool, super libertarian stuff. A bunch of people that didn't even know they should be libertarian. So I got to talk about the party the whole time and share with them about it, but they made me really hungry because there was a lot of Republican food there too. So I was too busy talking to everybody about why they should be libertarians to eat any of it.
My last question is, how much more of your time can I waste before you hate me?
I love you all the time, every single one of you.
No, thank you so much for the report. That was great.
Thank you. That was great.
And yeah, it sounds like there's, well, we all know there's been a lot going on, but you've done a really good job. And thank you for all the work, especially I know you're doing a ton of work on social media, like you said, what, 4 hours a day. So thank you.
Yeah, easily, comments and post scheduling, and actually now we're starting to do videos, which is really cool. So it's just fun to add these capabilities. And I hope that members nationwide are appreciating that and knowing that it's California that sent this person, and that's kind of our offering to national. So I'm happy to provide that.
Thank you
for giving me the opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. And go enjoy your lunch.
Okay, thanks much.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care, everybody. Bye.
Take care, talk to you soon. Okay, so that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which I know of none, but is there any new business? Hearing none, that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is to set the next meeting. I will tell you that both Mr. Maladon and I have reached out to various and sundry places for our next meeting, and it seems that hotels are really quick at getting back to us. One of the ideas, which is the one that I'm trying to get, is Sacramento to have it out at Doubletree by Hilton, so that we'll be able to see the convention site prior to the convention. I talked to them, they were looking at the date, they've got some construction going on right now. I tried yesterday again to see if I could get an answer, and they didn't get back to me. And Mr. Maladon reached out to what, 2 or 3 places?
2 places, yeah.
And they didn't get back to him either. So what I'm saying here is, we don't have an actual proposal for the next meeting.
So we're having it in the chair's living room.
Yeah, you're not. Well, you could. I mean, if you want to be around the budget cap, you can have it at my house. And by the way, does anybody here need to have a whole
area, so that would be a step up from the human.
Anybody that needs kids, please let me know. I have kids. They
So
need
we
homes.
get to hold.
They need homes. You'll get immune. I'm allergic to gas too.
Medication.
I ended up with Rossi.
Well, these are strays basically because I have a feral mom who I cannot get trapped who keeps having babies. Then I bottle feed the babies, and then I try to find homes for the babies. And I can't find enough homes, and I've got too many babies in my house. So that being said, we won't have it unless you want to be around my pig. If you want to do those 2 things, I'm sure. Come on over. It'll be cozy.
I've been walking the Tenderloin and versus this.
Okay, so that being said, we are looking really at only one day in December that I think can work, which is December 10th. Because December 3rd would be too soon after Thanksgiving. December 17th would be too close to Christmas. I believe December 10th is really the only date we can do it. I think one of the issues with finding a place is that that's a time where a lot of people are trying to do Christmas parties, which may be part of our issue. But I think that's the only date that we can have it. I think right now what we're looking at is we are looking at the north. We're looking at either Sacramento or the whatever you call that part.
Santa Clara County.
Yeah.
I won't call it the South Bay, that's not a thing.
Well, South Bay is a thing, and that's like not hard for me.
Well, I mean, yeah, that counts, but like, it's San Jose, it's not acceptable.
Yes. So that being said, I would like to make a motion to hold our meeting on the 10th of December with an exact location to be determined within no more than the next 2 weeks. I'll second that. Okay. It's been moved by me, the chair. Second, or maybe Robson. Seconded by Ms. Tewksbury. Is there discussion?
So the living room is for sure out of the question.
We are not having it in that South Bay, which would be Long Beach, no.
That is to be determined.
The plan is to have an email vote on the.
Correct. Yeah, we'll go to an email vote.
Within 2 weeks, the vote will start.
Once we find a place, so if we get a place sooner, but we need to find a place within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
And actually, I'll just throw this out here. Right now, we don't have a location. If we can't find someplace in the north, We can just find someplace.
Yeah, and I don't have a preference to this, as I've already mentioned, so it's just a matter of who gets back to who first.
Precisely.
That's really, so like I said, it's first in. First in.
This one, it's gonna be
There you
first
go.
in, yeah.
We're still waiting to hear back from the place.
We haven't heard definitively back from anybody who reached out to us thus far, which is why we don't have a thing today. I was really hoping we would, because I hate doing it this way, but we don't.
I'm good with that. Well, if they do, I'm good with it.
If they do.
If
I think it would be fabulous if it works out, but again, this motion is, we're gonna try to get a place for the next 2 weeks. So.
Are you concerned with the place that we already signed the contract with being responsible?
No, I'm not, and I'll tell you why. Because all of the hotels are very short staffed. And what used to be event teams at hotels are now one person doing it. This is very typical because nobody wants to work. It's
Yes,
just
at
fast.
this point, this stuff was assisting me with this a couple weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. She didn't hear
The
back,
whole
so I
street
tried
San
to do
Jose
it myself.
took forever to contact me.
I was in contact with Mr. Cardin, and he was trying to get close to different locations as well. So I myself was looking at it, like, but other people were looking at other things, and they were kind of not real quotes. It was just like, yeah, we'll get back to you whenever.
And we're at time, but yeah, it's a thing, and I'm not concerned because we have signed contracts. That will happen, that won't be a problem. Okay, so we are at time, so if there's no motion to extend time, we will go to the vote on this. And I'm gonna just do it this way. Is there any objection to the motion to have the meeting on December 10th with a place to be determined within the next 2 weeks? Unless, of course, we can, but that's of course. There are no objections, so the motion passes. That brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is action items. I don't believe there were any today.
I guess there would be now.
Well, okay, the action item is the thing that we're gonna find a place. Yeah, but I didn't think that because we just finished it.
Be working on getting the national member list converted to state members.
I think that's not an action item for this committee, that's an action item for
Okay,
me to get to the membership meeting.
But other people here.
Oh, yes, but, yes, actually, thank you. The other action item is that everybody on this committee, I believe, has volunteered to make phone calls. If I recall, because I saw nobody say no. So I will be creating a Google Doc with that information. I will be sharing it with everybody, and then as we make phone calls, you'll put notes in it that you called so that we're not duplicating.
And if you're not comfortable with calling people on the phone, he's gonna do text messaging. So everybody needs to do text messaging, needs to do phone calls.
I think we should all try to do phone calls, and then we can also do texting. And we can also maybe do emails, and we can also maybe do, but earlier today, I didn't see one person say they wouldn't make a phone call, so I'm just that kind of optimistic kind of. Okay, so that is not an action item. Not about that, so you and I both were really bad about this
Just you two, I'm good at that.
Except for you for that too.
No, I chose to omit it.
What? Okay, so those are the action items, which brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is to adjourn. I know some people really love to make that motion. We don't need it, but if somebody really wants to make a motion, nobody's making the motion, so we're adjourned. We are adjourned at 4:01.
Oh shit, I was so close. Oh, damn it, if I hadn't made that joke at the end. Oh, I thought for sure we had like an over-under on the movie finished by 4. Shit, I forgot.
You split it up.
I
You
did.
made the joke.
I'm retarded, that's right.
Oh, real quick, once again, we've got this fundraiser. I know that most everybody in this room is going, but if you're not, please do. If you have friends, call them. We do have a few tickets left that we can sell. and it's gonna be great. If you have friends, you know, if any of you libertarians have a friend.
Libertarians and they have friends.